Starting off with a keynote speech by Benno Weiner. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Absolutely.
We're really happy to have you here. And yeah, and I think your work is really interesting for for thinking about a lot of things and a lot of the grounding and the cadrage, like framing of a lot of the works that other people do in this room. So Benno is Associate Professor in the Department of History at Carnegie Mellon University. He's a historian of modern China, Tibet, and Inner Asia, author of The Chinese Revolution on the Tibetan Frontier, which was published at Cornell University Press in 2020, which was an exploration of CCP practices of state and nation building in Amdo in the 1950s. And uses a lot of very interesting archival sources, and it's a very nicely dense book. He's also co-editor with Robbie Barnett and Françoise Robin of Conflicting Memories, Tibetan History under Mao Retold. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I'm just going to give the floor to you, and then thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really is, I can't say how much of an honor it is to have been invited here and how humbling it is to be given the opportunity to speak to a conference of experts on Uyghur studies and on Xinjiang, which I'm certainly not an expert on either of those things. But in recent years, I have really become encouraged by the marked increase in the dialogue and the sharing of resources and platforms and so forth among scholars who specialize who specialize in different parts of Chinese Inner Asia or the borderlands, or however you want to describe them for lack of better terms. And this conference, of course, is a wonderful example of that. So I'm really especially thankful to the organizers, to Eleanor, to the hosts, to everybody who was involved with putting this together, and for inviting me to come speak with you today. I'm actually going to, excuse me, I'm going to change how this is done right now. It's not working. Okay. I'm actually going to revisit that book that you were just mentioning today, The Chinese Revolution on the Tibetan Frontier, which came out a little bit more than 5 years ago. And if you do the math, that puts it in the depths of the first summer of COVID, which prevented me from doing things like this, from coming to Europe and talking about it with all of you and your colleagues. As far as I know, it's still the most detailed sort of grassroots study of both the discourses and the policies employed by the Chinese Communist Party in the 1950s, in the first years of the PRC, in its efforts to integrate a non-Han region during that pivotal first decade, and ultimately described how it all went terribly wrong, how it failed, and what the tragic consequences were. I'm excited that other books will be published quite soon, I think, that will join that book. Books by Goldana, for instance, Josh Freeman, Dasa Mortensen, who works on Southern COM, and hopefully others as well. My goal today is sort of to introduce that parallel history to Xinjiang that happened in Amdo, to some of you who may not be as familiar with it. And in the process, I hope to make a few arguments that I hope will be food for thought in your own work. And I look forward to continue to learn from all of you as well. And so I really am excited to do this. The book begins with a bit of a spoiler in that it starts on a July afternoon in 1958 when more than 100 Tibetan horsemen descended upon a lightly guarded outpost, a government outpost, in a distant corner of the grasslands in southern Qinghai province. These horsemen quickly overcame the defenders, killing 7 and riding off with a small number of handguns, a machine gun, some grenades, and I think it was about 2,000 rounds of ammunition. They then ambushed a reconnaissance squad of the People's Liberation Army before reinforcements were able to track them down and put an end to this relatively small insurrection. That's my book, sorry. So you can see where this happened there. It wasn't a single isolated incident, of course. Since early spring, uprisings had sprung up one after another across the region known to Tibetan speakers as Amdo, leading provincial leaders to declare a state of open counter-revolutionary armed rebellion. In response, security forces unleashed a wave of retaliatory violence that was really unparalleled in Amdo's history. One scholar has called it world-shattering. In Amdo, it's usually just referred to as 58, or Najelo, or more suggestively as Dulok. sometimes rendered as when the earth and the sky were turned upside down. Now, importantly, I think, is when CCP cadres and PLA soldiers first marched into Amdo, nearly a decade prior to this, in late summer of 1949, this wasn't actually how they imagined things unfolding. And in fact, in many ways, my book's an exploration of the Communist Party's attempts to avoid this very outcome. I frame much of this within the conceptual framework of sort of the transition from dynastic empire to consolidated nation state, and that the violence that inevitably produces. Building on this today, I'm going to emphasize the accompanying parallel processes of state territorialization and especially minoritization that accompanies these processes of nation building. Now, my understanding of territorialization is fairly standard. Here I'm borrowing from Suzette Cook, who uses it to refer to removing systematic distinction between the core and frontier territorial administrations in regions of contested political authority. Perhaps a bit less intuitively, and maybe more controversially, on minoritization, which I actually am going to focus on more today, of course the two are intertwined, I follow Elise Morgenstein's first definition, which refers not so much necessarily to shifts in demographics, which doesn't happen that much in Amdo. You don't have this same type of settler colonialism in Amdo that you would have particularly in northern Xinjiang, for example. So it refers in this case to a systematic process through which a group, often formally dominant or prominent, is stripped of agency, power, or prestige. I mean, I think we sometimes need to be reminded, maybe people in this room don't, but in general we do, to paraphrase the subaltern scholar Gyanendra Pandey, we have to be reminded that minorities, like majorities, don't just exist, right? They're created, and they're uniquely created in tandem with the nation state. The historian Janet Klein, who is a historian of the Ottoman Empire and its successor states, urges us to see minorityhood, and this is a quote, just as historically and socially constructed as we already recognize nationhood to be, and just as importantly, to understand the specific links between the two, between nation building and minoritization. In other words, processes of minoritization are definitive parts of any act of nation making and are necessarily accompanied by violence of various types and various degrees. Now, this obviously may include dramatic demographic change connected to settler colonialism, forced migration, even ethno-racial erasure. But even when it's not, minoritization always demands epistemic violence, in which institutions, lifeways, ways of remembering the past, methods for understanding the present and the future, all of which once lay at the center of a community's world, become marginalized, delegitimized, and sometimes prescribed. So taken together, these processes of territorialization and minoritization are really about power and who wields that power. Now, Klein is particularly concerned with what she calls, quote, the unique brand of repression and mass violence. As she puts it, when minorities, now conceived as such, come to be regarded as threats to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the nation and to the imagined privilege and power of the dominant group, which is now envisioned as the majority. And the story I'm going to try to tell today is one of minoritization in a former imperial borderland of what in 1949 becomes the People's Republic, but one that counterintuitively was designed to avoid the type of coercion and violence Klein warns of, but of course could not. In case you're not familiar with the region, it's often said, Amdo is often said to be parallel or about the size of France, so it's quite a big area, although sparsely populated. It's one of the three major ethno-linguistic areas that constitute what's often referred to as Greater Tibet or Cultural Tibet or Ethnic Tibet. It also forms part of an ethno-cultural frontier, however, or a contact zone at which the Tibetan, Chinese, Mongol, and Central Asian worlds collide. Today, the majority of Amdo lies in Qinghai province, with the remainder spilling into southern Gansu and northern northern Sichuan, excuse me. It's vast southern and western borderlands. Grasslands are inhabited primarily by Tibetans, but also by Mongols and Kazakh pastoralists, while the more densely populated lower-lying agricultural districts on its eastern and northern edges are home to a mix of Chinese, Tibetan, Mongol, and Turkic-speaking communities. Amdo was incorporated into the Qing Empire with considerable violence in the early 18th century, events that are intricately connected to the destruction of the Jungar Khanate 3 decades later. It probably doesn't need to be mentioned in this room, but to be clear, I'm not in any way suggesting that Amdo, or for that matter, what would become Xinjiang, became part of China at that time. Instead, they were absorbed into a vast, diverse, segmented Manchu-led imperial state in which there were no ethnic minorities or ethnic majorities. Instead, there were multiple subject populations ruled largely separately and unequally through a variety of institutions and practices. Where representatives of the imperial state sought to impose their will themselves in Amdo and elsewhere, it most often did so indirectly through elite intermediaries. In Amdo, this means, in particular, Tibetan Buddhist monastic estates, secular hereditary chieftains, and so forth. When the Qing fell in 1911 or 1912, that hub that connected the various parts of the empire vanished and fractured into several rump states, which of course shouldn't be surprising, as this almost always is what happens when empires collapse, but it's often obscured in the Chinese case. And by that I just mean that when a few years later the Ottoman and the Habsburg empires dissolved and a number of successor states emerged in their place, we don't usually describe them as entering a period of disunity. Instead, we tend to see this as almost a natural transition from empire to nation, or the nations freeing themselves from the shackles of empire. But in China, again, maybe not in this room, we tend to do the opposite. We talk about the early part of the 20th century as a period of disunity or fragmentation, as if this is some sort of aberration, rather than the splintering of a relatively recently cobbled together imperial formation into its various component parts. As a result, the history of 20th century China is often told as a story of fragmentation to reunification. But the one we should be telling, I think, is of end of empire and the struggle over what would come next. Who would be included, who would be excluded, and under what terms. To borrow again from Pandy, the task of the nation state under construction is twofold. The first is to establish the oneness of the people claimed as a nation. The second is to find appropriate political arrangements for those who inevitably do not naturally fit into a unified, undifferentiated nation, those who are now deemed minorities. And as you're all well aware, this post-imperial struggle played out differently in different parts of the former Qing Empire. In the Amdo region, power was seized by the Qinghai branch of the so-called Ma family warlords, a Muslim military clan that would eventually ally with Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang by the late 1930s. The Ma regime quickly gained the Ma regime has gained a justifiable reputation for ruling Amdo through extreme acts of violence, and many Tibetan, Mongol, and even Muslim communities were victims of tremendous acts of brutality at the hands of the Ma's between the 1920s and the early 1940s. Less noticed, however, was that the Xining-based regime of the Ma family was also an aspiring, modernizing, and centralizing state. However, in part due to its limited governing capacity, and in part because of the limits of its appeal to diverse peoples along a former imperial frontier, time and again the Ma's were forced to revert to what we might think of as imperial-style practices to rule their areas. In other words, this included indirect rule through negotiations with an assortment of the region's religious and secular authorities, who once again, just as they had been under the Qing, were granted positions and rewards in exchange for their explicit or implicit support. In some ways, this of course mirrors what the Kuomintang was forced to do more broadly as it battled the centrifugal forces of imperial collapse. And in fact, many of Amdo's leading Tibetan and Mongol figures even joined the Kuomintang. So in other words, much of Amdo's political elite continued to operate in ways familiar to imperial borderlands, even as they simultaneously adapted to the new realities of the post-Qing landscape. They sought out allies, they leveraged their relationships, and they negotiated bargains at the edges of power. So when the PLA and the CCP marched into Amdo in August, September of 1949, this is the fractured political world that they encountered. One in which there existed a multitude of astute political actors who had years of experience and even longer historical memories navigating complex frontier dynamics. And this then was also the challenge the party faced after 1949 in Amdo and elsewhere along its ethno-cultural frontiers. How to transform what had been loosely governed imperial possessions into a unified, consolidated socialist state. Or to put it another way, how to convert separate subject populations into a new singular political community, one which is now being divided into a single Han majority and dozens of what they termed minority nationalities, Shashu Minzu. The CCP then, as now, was insistent from the moment they walked into Amdo in 1949 that China was a single historical, inseparable multinationality state. But they weren't blind to the fact that this unity didn't exist on the ground, and they thought they knew why. Unlike today, in the 1950s, or at least the first half of the 1950s, party leaders openly acknowledged that non-Han communities often had not only deep, but also legitimate, justifiable grievances towards the Han majority. And rather than accusing them of separatism, as might happen today, or terrorism, or what have you, through much of the 1950s, party leaders insisted time and time again that this rift was the fault of the Han majority, and basically the Han majority alone. That it was caused by centuries of discrimination and exploitation committed by the Han against non-Han communities, which is, I'm sure many of you know, was referred to as great nationality chauvinism, or more commonly, great Han chauvinism, borrowed from the Soviets, of course. Now, the local nationalism, the Difangzhui, as they referred to it, of non-Han people was also considered to be an obstacle. But party leaders made clear that this was a reaction, a response to the oppression committed by the Han majority. If the overwhelmingly Han CCP wanted to gain the support of what it called, again, minority nationalities, it concluded that the surest way to do so was to eradicate the primary cause for their alienation, which it unequivocally identified as Han chauvinism. So this essentially was the Maoist solution to the challenge posed by Pandey. The question was, how do you do it? CCP leaders promised in Amdo and elsewhere to bring ethnic equality, political autonomy, material prosperity, and mutual respect within a multinationality state. What one scholar has called communist multiculturalism, and I'm referring to as Maoist pluralism in this talk. The thing is that, unsurprisingly, words were not enough, in some cases quite literally, because they couldn't even communicate with many of these communities due to language barriers. And of course, there was this massive trust gap, that the Communist Party believed was the fault of Han chauvinism. What they did is turn to the same people and institutions that had long served as intermediaries between the state and these local communities. In Amdo, these local elites, referring to chieftains, lamas, imams, and the like. It was assumed that these figures had particularly deep prestige and influence among the so-called masses of their communities, of minority peoples, who, for cultural, linguistic, and historical reasons, the CCP leadership understood that it couldn't reach directly. The problem, there were a lot of problems, a lot of contradictions in all this. One of the principal ones was this was a Chinese Communist Party, so ethnic and ideological. And the people that they needed to recruit were, by any objective Marxist measure, class enemies. This contradiction was resolved through the United Front, which many of us are presumably familiar with the concept of, at least to some degree. At its most basic, it's a praxis which allows communists to ally on a temporary basis with non-communists in order to advance socialist goals. And Mao, in fact, famously referred to the United Front as one of the three magic weapons of the Chinese Revolution. Much has been written about the United Front for the pre-1949 period, the two united fronts between the communists and the Kuomintang in the 20s and again in the 30s. However, and again, people have begun to write about the United Front in the present day, the contemporary developments. But much less attention has been directed towards the United Front during the Maoist period. Despite it being both the theoretical justification and the bureaucratic instrument used to bring non-proletarian elements, including non-Han communities, into the political process in preparation for the final transition to nationhood and socialism. In 1950s Amdo, at its most basic, the United Front referred to a transitional period of indeterminate length, during which time class struggle would be de-emphasized or even ignored, in favor of forming alliances with the region's religious and secular elite, now dubbed patriotic nationality or patriotic religious representatives. And these people would be made leaders of ostensibly autonomous administrations and assigned to positions on consultative committees or in their local governments, where, in the words of General Peng Dehuai, who was the commander of PLA forces in northwest China, they would function as bridges, quote unquote, between the party and the people. Like other successful imperial formations, to rule over vast territories and diverse peoples. The Qing state had relied on indirect rule through these types of elite intermediaries. And I've argued that the United Front capitalized on and to a degree replicated some of these imperial traditions. While some people vehemently disagree, I'm not suggesting that the PRC therefore was or is an empire. Instead, I suggest that the PRC is more akin to what the historian of Soviet Central Asian, Adib Khalid, has called, quote, the activist interventionist mobilization state that seeks to sculpt its citizenry in an ideal image. While empires traditionally share control with a variety of intermediate actors and organizations, Khalid notes that the modern mobilization state have instead sought to cut through these layers of intermediaries and to deal directly with their citizens. And for the CCP, the United Front was just that mechanism. That's what its function was to do. By harnessing the charismatic authority of religious leaders and secular headmen and other elites, policymakers predicted that propaganda could be spread, activists cultivated, fraternalism nurtured, the benefits of cooperative production could be demonstrated, and in the process, both class awareness and then a pan-ethnic patriotic consciousness would slowly rise while faith in the hereditary headmen and religious leaders would begin to dissipate and eventually disappear. And at that point, the masses themselves would demand full political integration, what they called democratic reforms, as well as socialist transformation or collectivization. And the period of the United Front would come to its peaceful conclusion. Through this process, the director of Qinghai's United Front Work Department predicted that AMDO would be, quote, gradually, voluntarily, and organically absorbed into socialist China. Again, this is what I'm referring to as Maoist pluralism. I do want to make 2 points here. First, unlike some commentators, I see no evidence the United Front as deployed in AMDO and likely elsewhere was some sort of cynical gambit meant to placate local elites in the CCP until the CCP was in a position to forcibly implement its agenda. It's certainly easy enough to come to that conclusion in AMDO if you start in 1958 and work backwards. And that's what some historians have done, and that's kind of what I did in this talk, right? I started in 1958 in this conflagration. But the many hundreds of contemporaneous internal sources I have looked at simply don't support that premise. Instead, in the 1950s AMDO, the United Front was considered to be, by its proponents at least, to be a progressive alternative to the treatment of minorities in the capitalist West and to colonial subjects by the capitalist West. A non-exploitive means to reunify the Chinese nation, just as the People's Liberation had reconstructed or reunified the Chinese state. It was certainly instrumentalized, but I argue it was in the sense of the late James Scott's concept of high modernism. It was imagined as a rational and progressive means, first to ethnicize, and in the process minoritize Tibetans and other non-Han peoples, and thereby make them legible, governable, and ultimately transformable. It permeated the bureaucratic control of the party, culture of the party, and its work in AMDO, setting and reflecting the CCP's institutional ethos, I call it, and its practices of sovereignty. Second, and very much related, just because Maoist pluralism was earnestly pursued doesn't in any way mean that I'm suggesting the CCP's actions were somehow justified or anything but colonial. Instead, what I try to show is that they reveal the severe power imbalances that existed in a system that combined centralized political power and explicit ethnic hierarchy on the one hand, with Maoist demands for meaningful popular participation of the colonized on the other. I'm not sure if I said that very clearly, but hopefully you got the point. Although United Front was meant to operate through what the party called consultation and persuasion, and explicitly not through coercion, these power imbalances ensured that both decision-making and coercive capabilities and capacities were always in the hands of the mostly Han party elites, and never in the hands of the so-called Tibetan masses or masses of other non-Han peoples, who were given neither a true voice or any genuine choice in any of this. So to just give one very sort of obvious example, when the county that's at the center of my book was founded in southern Qinghai in 1953, it had never existed before, so it needed a name. And although the party operatives did consult with local headmen over what that name should be, I'm able to show that before consultation ever began, the name had already been chosen. And actually it was Zeku, where they said, it's like Mao's treasure house. So it's a great name. Although Tibetan headmen raised objections, in the end they had no real choice but to ratify the party-endorsed name for their nominally autonomous county. And this is how everything worked. Consultation was actually meant to persuade towards what the party already wanted to do, if that makes sense. So if such a relatively inconsequential decision couldn't be left to Tibetans to decide on their own, there was very little chance that more momentous issues would be, of course. In fact, within the party itself, United Front gradualism existed in constant tensions with both ethno-majoritarian impulses, Chinese Communist Party, and a revolutionary impatience, Communist Party, right? That both were deeply suspicious of practices that sort of eschewed class struggle. Soon after emerging successful in the struggle to succeed Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping's reformist regime sought to revive certain aspects of the United Front, in particular the rehabilitation of those United Front figures purged over the previous decades, often posthumously, of course. In Qinghai, a man named Tashi Wangchuk, who in the 1930s had become one of the first Tibetans to join the CCP, and after 1949 served as Qinghai's vice governor, used his near unparalleled revolutionary pedigree and personal connections with central leaders, including Deng, to lobby for reconsideration of the verdict on the Amdo Rebellion. And he did so by insisting that unless rebellion pacification became rehabilitation, it won't be possible to restore the party's reputation, which all rhymes very well in English. Authorities ultimately determined that of the more than 52,000 people officially arrested for counter-revolutionary activity, and that's just the official number, an astounding 44,000 or 84% have been either wrongly incarcerated or of unproven culpability. And probably the numbers are much higher, both for those who were arrested and those who were eventually rehabilitated. Now, by invoking the need to rescue the party's legitimacy through revisiting the verdicts on Amdo 58, Tashi Wangchuk was co-opting a narrative that already enjoyed great appeal within the Dengist regime, which was then trying to shore up its own legitimacy, in part through the mass rehabilitation of those purged under Mao. What the party may not have understood, however, and which I think is crucial, and probably won't be a surprise to many of you, is that in places like Amdo, the party faced a qualitatively different type of crisis of faith than it did in predominantly Han regions. One that not only raised questions about the legitimacy of the CCP and its rule, but more fundamental ones about the manner and rationale under which the region was included in the modern Chinese nation state in the first place. In other words, among the Han majority, the validity of the nation wasn't in question, was never in serious doubt, even if the party's legitimacy might have been damaged. And of course, this wasn't the case in Amdo for many non-Han people. Back in 1987, the 10th Panchen Lama addressed this disconnect at a high-level government meeting, cautioning that in Amdo, the memory of 1958 continued to be an obstacle to national unity, and in some ways echoing Secretary Wang Zhao's sentiments from 1961. He declared people were subjected to unspeakable atrocities. People were shot in groups of 10 or 20, and he concluded, I know it's not good to speak about these things, but such actions have left deep wounds in the minds of the people. All of which brings to mind, at least to me, the words of French theorist Ernest Renan, who well now over a century ago remarked that nation building is in large part a process of forgetting, and above all, forgetting the violence, both physical and epistemic, that accompanies all transitions to nationhood. While Renan doesn't mention it, of course, this disciplinary violence is often directed most acutely against newly minoritized peoples, as it continues to be today in China. The socialist and now post-socialist project in China has long been embedded within a quest for ethno-national salvation that at various points and places has targeted minoritized peoples as particularly dangerous or particularly backward, and therefore in need of transformation or even elimination. We saw this in 1958, among many other examples. And of course, we see this today in the massive campaigns of mass surveillance, incarceration, forced labor, and so forth in Xinjiang that you're all intimately familiar with. But also in campaigns, attempts to control this, we also see this in other ways, such as through the so-called Sinization of religion campaign, which has disproportionately impacted Hui Muslim communities, as well as the end of bilingual education, so-called, and other policies associated with the second-generation Minzu approach that we have come to know about, which represents the explicit rejection, I think, of this Maoist pluralism that the country was founded under. Again, minorities don't just exist, they're created along with and in conjunction with the nation state. By promising non-Han people political autonomy in a bounded subnational territorial administrative units, as well as pledging ethnic equality within a multinationality state, the CCP codified ethnocultural difference as a legally protected status while simultaneously producing the category of minority nationality, Xiaoshu Minzu. It rendered minority subjectivity, at least to the state, legible and tangible, and thus helped turn diverse former peoples of an empire into minority nationalities within a new Han majority socialist state. But what it hasn't done is provide a convincing argument that explains to many, certainly not all, but to many non-Han people, their stake as minorities in a Han-dominated state and nation. In Amdo and presumably elsewhere along China's ethnocultural borderlands, the violent processes of minoritization haven't been forgotten. We know that because in private spaces and among trusted friends, people in Amdo still talk about 58, about Dulok, the turnaround of times. It is a subject of unofficial histories, memoirs, poetry, songs, and even a remarkable novel that is now available in English. All these collected, written, and performed and disseminated at considerable risk. And we know that among Uyghurs and Kazakhs and others, there also is these memory production practices. And two of these are available in English if people are interested. My Tibetan Child is a wonderful memoir of this period. Not wonderful, it's devastating, but describing 1958 and before. And The Red Wooden House, which I just reviewed for the China Books Review, just went online today, is also available. In other words, in Amdo, the memory of 1958 continues to serve as a counter-narrative to the state's claims of legitimacy and its efforts to monopolize the past. For most Amdo Tibetans, there was no liberation in 1949 after a century of humiliation. That just doesn't resonate with them. And the dawn of the reform era in the late 1970s did not signal the end of 10 years of leftist deviation. Instead, there was 58, Najelo. That was the moment that Amdo became part of China. That was the moment of rupture when the sky and the earth were turned upside down. And similar statements can probably be made in their own context for other ethnocultural borderlands, including Xinjiang. Which brings us to the current moment. Upon coming into power, Xi Jinping, of course, called for a newly imagined community of the Chinese nation of shared destiny, part of what he famously extols as the Chinese dream. In response to that, the Tibetan poet and writer Tsering Lusser poignantly asked, where are Tibetans in the Chinese dream? The CCP's success in reconstructing most of the territorial dimensions and demographic diversity of the Qing Empire was among the most consequential accomplishments of the early PRC period, although we sometimes forget that. One that continues to have huge ramifications that echo well beyond its enlarged borders. And yet among the most vexing problems it has faced since is determining how to best govern these regions and what the relationship should be between non-Han people and the state and the nation. Benedict Anderson once evocatively identified this as the stretching of the short, tight skin of the nation over the gigantic body of the empire. By codifying and territorializing minorityhood as a legally protected status within a multi-Minzu state, in the 1950s, CCP leaders chose a formula which emphasized the promise of unity through diversity. 70 years later, China's new leaders have determined that that formula was a near existential mistake that threatens the integrity of the nation. For example, as you may well know, a new textbook that is now compulsory for all university students argues that Maoist-style pluralism, rather than forging multi-ethnic unity as intended, instead, quote, solidified ethnic difference and fostered a narrow ethnic consciousness that gave rise to the false thesis of ethnic minority exceptionalism. And I think this helps explain why, in their eyes at least, 7 decades after its inter-Asian borderlands were included in the Chinese state, much of its population has less than fully embraced their membership in the Chinese nation. On balance, in fact, Xi Jinping's rhetoric regarding the roots and composition of the Chinese nation, the Zhonghua Minzu, harks back to Chiang Kai-shek far more than it does to Mao Zedong or Mao's successors. Under Xi, the party has determined that unity lies not in diversity, but in assimilation and uniformity. Although the terminologies have changed, CCP leaders have once again come to implicitly embrace what was once chastised as Han chauvinism, while explicitly denouncing expressions of ethnocultural difference in ways that echo earlier criticisms of local nationalism. Even the foundational institution of nationality autonomy seems to be in the crosshairs. I've argued that the demarcation of Minzu-based autonomous units within the unitary state was a key mechanism by which minorityhood was territorially and epistemically inscribed upon non-Han people in places, while in actuality eliminating the autonomy that many non-Han communities had previously enjoyed. So it does the opposite of what it describes. Yet at the very least, it acknowledged that non-Han people had their own homelands, their own languages, and their own cultures. And all of this is now being discursively erased, as well as in some cases physically erased. In the 1950s, the CCP promised non-Han communities that autonomy would ensure that they would, quote, become masters of their own homes. No longer. Autonomy is now being described as a way to, quote, ensure all ethnic groups can be joint masters of their homes. Right? So autonomous region is no longer belongs to one people, now it belongs to all 56 Minzu in theory. At the same time, and I'm finishing up here, as an American living through really a global moment of reactionary ethno-national populism, globally, but certainly in the United States, I feel that this is also a time for self-reflection, given that the promise of American-style pluralism currently seems almost as endangered as what I've called Maoist pluralism. It should, and I'm sure it does, concern all of us in this room that leaders of the United States and leaders of the People's Republic of China seem to share similar fears over the expression of minority identity and historical experiences that differ from their narrative. And again, to borrow from Janet Klein, they seem to be weaponizing what they consider to be challenges to the privilege and power of the majority. So I'm going to end there on that less than hopeful note, but I look forward to hearing from you and answering questions and making comparisons to the Xinjiang
Thank you.
experience.
Thank you very much for that really, really great talk. We're going to open straight up to questions, so I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of them, probably.
And just when you're asking questions, please speak clearly into the microphone, because yesterday we had just had some issues with people on streaming not being able to hear. So if there's any kind of follow-up discussion, just make sure it's on the mic, please.
We will do our best. Thank you so much, Beno. There's so much in your presentation. Just to get the discussion started, I wanted to know a little bit more about this bringing of inner Mongolian troops. Could you tell us a little bit more about it, if you have some information?
I really can't say very much more, although I believe that there is, from what I understand, and I didn't even know about this until after the book has been published. I've come across this more recently. And there is a volume of oral histories or sort of Wenchuziliao type of histories of this unit, which I have not yet gone through. But it seems like they're mounted. These are people that can deal with grasslands. They can deal with mobile warfare. The ethnic element, I really don't know what to say about. The fact that these are Mongols brought in to defeat Tibetan and other Mongols, sort of insurgents in many cases. So no, I can't. But I want to look into that.
Oh, thank you, Benno. It's been enlightening. Leah, and you actually asked the first of my two questions, so that leaves me only with the second one. Thank you. I wanted to ask how the 58-59 rebellion connects to the rebellion in the Yutang region and the flight of the Dalai Lama into India. What was it, sort of two things happening at the same time, or were there some connections? And I also wanted to ask about the connections with also the Muslim anti-communist rebellion or what the Sino Muslims would term the holy war of 58-59 against the communists in Amdo or in Qinghai, Gansu, these areas.
Those are great questions, and they're a little bit difficult to answer in brief. But essentially, the Amdo rebellion was largely separate from what happened in central Tibet. It's much more connected to rebellions in Kham in Sichuan province in 56, 57, because many of those insurgents, as you may know, then fled to central Tibet. They were followed by the PLA, leading to all sorts of grain shortages and fear and tensions in central Tibet that eventually blew up in March of 1959 into this riot that led to the Dalai Lama's fleeing into exile. And what's interesting about that, and I'm sure there were connections, and I know there were some Amdoas that went back and forth. In fact, after 59, some of these leaders were accused of collaborating with the Dalai Lama. They would never be accused of that in 1958 because the Dalai Lama was still at that point was still part of the state. But what's interesting is because this happened so quickly in the spring of 1958, very few Amdoas made it into exile. So in exile, the stories have been dominated by Khampa and Central Tibetan political leaders and experiences. So the history of Tibetan resistance has been written basically about the Khampas, a direct line between Kham to Lhasa to India, and Amdo has been left out. So many Tibetans don't even know about this horrendous violence that occurred in 1958 in Amdo. So that's sort of the simple answer. As far as the Muslim rebellions, that's tricky as well. I mean, one thing that's interesting is, so in Shunhua, which is a Salar majority area that many of you may know, with a minority Muslim, Hui Muslim and Tibetan population, and across northeastern Qinghai and parts of Gansu, after 1949, there was rebellion for about 3 or 4 years. There was a number of different Muslim leaders, along with sometimes Tibetans, who rose up, and eventually it took about 4 or 5 years for the party to put them basically down. When 58 happened, a lot of these same elements rose up once again. So in Shunhua, it was a man named Haninu, a Salar man named Haninu was the leader of the rebellion back in 1950. And somehow he escaped capture. Supposedly he put on a woman's clothes and lived in a cellar for 8 years or something like this. And then when rebellion happened again in 58, he eventually, he rose up, he appeared again to lead this rebellion, supposedly. So I guess what all I'm saying about, my point really is that it's really continuous resistance that we see from 49 through this period. It's easy to say that it just came out of nowhere. The party came in 49, pretty quickly established control, and then all of a sudden you have this violence that comes late in the decade. But really you do have continuous acts of resistance of various types going through the decade that aren't really squashed, if they're squashed at all, until the end of the decade. And I think that's what I can say about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one little interesting curio. In Taipei, there is a famous person who's known as the only Salar man on Taiwan. And there's a story that I know from one of the professors of ethnology at Zenda. And he actually survived the rebellion, and he walked all the way through the Tibetan plateau, over the Himalaya to India, and then he was picked up by the Sino-Muslim networks there, and he eventually ended up in Taiwan, where he taught some of the ethnologists there Salah. So
that's amazing. I mean, I did do a couple dozen interviews with Salar and Tibetans in Shunhua, and they described this period just in horrific terms. And worse than the rebellion, of course, was the starvation that came after for many of them. Just, it's unbelievable, scavenging for seeds and roots and these types of things,
I suppose I have a question that is linking together what's on the screen right now. What we have here are things which are very kind of racial essentialist, right? So we have this assertion of like the Zhonghua race, the idea of this being like that this is a real thing, like there is a racial identity there, and that is the reason for the the entire sort of nation of China somehow being one. Right. And I'm curious about how is that perceived? Is that sense of being one people in a racial way responded to in different ways across this time that you're aware of?
Perceived by
people in Tibet, in Amdo.
I don't think. I mean, this is just my intuition, but I don't think this carries much weight at all. I think there's very little to say that these are one people. I'm not sure that the leadership in Beijing thinks that they're one people, other than a construct that they're putting together, despite their claims of historical unity that go back to ancient times, as they call it. I mean, I've never met a Tibetan who has said, yes, we are. I've met many Tibetans who have said, yeah, I'm one of the 56 Minzu. and I live in China, and I may or may not like it, but that's who I am. That's my situation. I've never met a Tibetan who said, yes, I'm part of the Zhonghua Minzu.
A quick follow-up to that. Do you think that would be the case now too, if you went? Because I'm asking because last time I went to Xinjiang, East Turkestan was in 2016. Obviously, outside in the diaspora, I don't meet people like that. But when I watch things that are mainly propaganda, of course, I do see people saying it, and I do hear from Uyghurs and Kazakhs who go back and visit their families and then come back out and talk to me that they hear this from their relatives and they are unsure of how much they believe it or not, say it because they feel forced or not, and so on.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, you've been there more recently than I have, so I really can't say. I can say that a lot of the projects that the Communist Party has implemented since 1949 have failed. One that didn't was the Minzu categorization project. Almost every Tibetan I know very quickly identifies himself as a Zangzu. It's not a problematic for most people. There are groups where it is problematic. That's been very successful. So, maybe there's something to say that maybe if this Zhonghua Minzu discourse is being implemented with such ferocity, that maybe it's also being absorbed.
Introduction to the community of the Zhonghua race.
Who
Who wrote
bit.
it?
Sorry?
Who wrote it? What was it?
I don't know who. James Leibold has written about it.
Okay.
And it's on what's that? The Jamestown website.
Okay.
The Jamestown,
All right.
whatever they're called. And it's very explicit in changing, of moving from a 56 Minzu formula to a single Minzu formula.
Because it's part of this whole discussion of the second wave of the Minzu policies.
Right.
That Ma Rong is one of the main
No,
theoreticians of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely it is, but it's very, very recent. I think they published it last year, I believe.
Okay.
And it's not Marong, I don't think. It's the next generation of people, and people who are very closely
Yeah, because
tied
this
to
racialist language is sort of not really typical for Ma Rong himself. Yeah.
Just a small question, and you might not know. Do you know if the term that's been translated as strange in that context is guai? Or do you not know what the Chinese ones might be?
I don't actually know. I got this from, I probably should put the source up here, but I got this from Labeled.
Yeah. I was just wondering, because I've encountered it in a few other places where it's the term being translated as strange. You also had it around things like clothing in Xinjiang being described in that way. But it's a notoriously complicated term because it means strange and it also means unnatural, weird, kind of incomprehensible. And it's interesting to see that term guai being currently used to describe minority cultures.
And I'm glad I didn't really think about it even. I'm glad you pointed that out. But it definitely is an effort to sort of say these are not normal, right?
Yeah.
This is not. We need to transform these people into something modern and
Now, a question about the field of the evolutions of the field of Tibetan studies and the colonial and settler colonial approaches. There's this piece written by Carol McGranahan as the afterword of the collective book Frontier Tibet, Patterns of Change in the Sino-Tibetan Borderlands. And so the title is Chinese Settler Colonialism, Empire and Life in the Tibetan Borderlands. And so she uses this framework that a lot of colleagues in Uyghur studies now are using of settler colonial studies to interpret both past and recent developments in the greater Tibet. You told us that according to you, at least in the Mao era, there's no settler colonial process in Amdo, at least. Could you maybe follow up a little bit on that and tell us what you think?
Yeah. So, in Amdo, which is vast grasslands. I know Xinjiang also has vast areas where Han, where the state would find it difficult to govern, or to where settlers would find it difficult to survive off of. But in Amdo, there's really no intensive effort to send Han settlers to these areas, with the exception of the Xining area, which is agricultural, and also that's always been a imperial sort of station. That's where the Qing also had their government, and the Chadam Basin, which did have mining and other type of mineral extraction there. It's also where the labor camps often were. But for the grasslands, there really was very little emigration until, well, today. There was an effort in during the Great Leap Forward to send sent-down youth to transform the grasslands into productive agricultural land, in their view. And it fails miserably, where most of these poor kids perish on the grasslands, it seems like, or they run off. It's just not hospitable to the type of practices that most Han settlers would probably endeavor to. You do have probably more settlers in Kham, but even in central Tibet also, it's really only in the cities, the military outposts, where you have a lot of Han presence, until relatively recently. There's certainly a lot of Han in central Tibet now, but again, mostly in the cities and in townships. They're not out there farming, for instance, and there's no equivalent to the Bingchuan on the Tibetan plateau. So I do think there's I think the frameworks of settler colonialism can be helpful, but the actual process of dispossessing local peoples and replacing them doesn't happen for the most part in the Tibetan regions. Again, I don't want to overstate it, particularly now in places like Tongren in Repkong. There's a lot, a huge Chinese presence. Tibetans are probably the minority in town. That's in townships, and they've come on their own in the last 20 to 30 years, in most cases. They did demobilize soldiers to Xining, for instance, but we don't see anything on the scale of what happens in Xinjiang.
I just wanted to ask also about the relationship that the Tibetans have with local Muslims, and sort of, well, I don't know if you can call it that, but sort of Tibetan Islamophobia or Muslim phobia. We know there is a lot of hostility between Tibetans and Muslims, also in central Tibet.
Yeah.
In 2008, a lot of the people that were actually killed in Lhasa were the local Muslims, away from Qinghai, mostly from Amdo.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether you could talk a little bit to that.
I mean, yeah, it's very, very fraught. In 2008, when the first, Charlene Mackley documents that the first uprising of 2008 was actually in this Tongren area I'm talking about, and it was actually a conflict between local Muslims and local Tibetans. So there's no doubt that there's tensions. Of course, there's also people also live side by side. They have for many, many years. The division between Muslims and Tibetans in much of northeastern Qinghai is not divided by laterally, but by altitude, where the Muslims might live in the lower river valleys and the Tibetans higher up. Muslims in Amdo, at least some of them, probably spoke Amdo Tibetan as their first language until very recently, relatively recently. I mean, just this idea, I don't think that the idea of being a Hui versus being a Tibetan was particularly salient until the Communist Party came along and told everybody who they are. And I've definitely talked to Salar, and who said that they had good relationships with Tibetans prior to 1949. Even one helped a Tibetan escape the PLA in 1949, and vice versa. So I think it can depend as much as any individual relationship can depend on. But I think it's also interesting that when the communists came to Amdo in 1949, they expected resistance from Muslims. They thought the Muslims were fearing that the Han were taking over, and of course they thought they had been duped by the Ma regime, and therefore they would be hostile to the CCP. By contrast, they thought that Tibetans and Mongols would be joyous because the CCP was coming in and was going to overthrow the Mao regime and implement this new order. And maybe that was the case. In some cases, it was true. In others, Tibetans joined Muslims in rebellion. And the biggest anti-communist base in the early 1950s was a place called Nangra, was in Jinja County, and it was it was a Tibetan area that many Muslim fighters fled to, and they fought the CCP together, or the PLA together. So I think the relationships really vary.
Yeah, and also it would be interesting to question the relationship of Tibetans to Uyghurs. I mean,
yeah.
At least in ideological or in political terms. And interestingly, one of the leaders of the rebellion, Ma Hushan, I don't know if you've come across his name. He's quite prominent in the Sino-Muslim writings about the era and these events. He was a cousin of Ma Zhongying, and he was actually involved in the Xinjiang War in the early 30s. And when Ma Zhongying kind of disappeared into the Soviet Union, Ma Hushan was one of the leaders of what some term the Dunganistan in southern Xinjiang. What has been described by several scholars as sort of a Dungan colonial regime and colonial rule over the local Turkic Muslims. So Ma Hushan later went to back home in Qinghai, and he was eventually killed in the fighting. There's this whole famous story of how the communists tricked him to come down from the mountains and lay down his arms because he was promised good treatment, and he was eventually executed.
Yeah, there's a few of those stories, absolutely. Yeah. And some of them escaped and led rebellions in the grasslands, again, helped by Mongol and Tibetan insurgents as well.
Yeah, but the Tibetan-Uyghur connection here, I guess, would be especially interesting in the context of the conference.
Yeah, I wish I could say more about it then.
Yeah.
Mention the Soviet Union. They don't even mention Soviet nationalities policy. So they may be imitating to some degree, but by the 1950s, they've sort of forgotten. It seems like they've sort of forgotten that. And they're going their own way. Or at least it doesn't appear.
Yeah.
And they still say that they're defending the borderland, but Amdo's not an international borderland, right?
Yeah.
It's 1,000 miles from the closest border, probably more. And they talk about getting rid of British imperialism, but of course there was no British imperialism in Amdo. They say that they were liberating people from serfdom. There were no serfs in Amdo. That's something that you had in central Tibet in some cases, but not in Amdo. So I guess my only point is that these narratives that states make to explain their legitimacy, their sovereignty, fall on deaf ears sometimes, or at least they don't work, along with, as we talked about last night, periodization, right? What is 100 years of humiliation to an Amdo-Tibetan pastoralist. That doesn't resonate.
Yeah.
Is that I think it was us, is that they had a big campaign to support Korea and defend against the American imperialism. And again, here you are on the Amdo grasslands trying to explain this to people, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah. And
Colonialisms, right? They happen differently everywhere, and when we try to paint with a broad brush on how colonial projects happen, I think we can run into some problems.
I wanted to jump in because the year 58 as being a real a dramatic turn in Maoist policy actually echoes a lot of what I've found, at least for the Kashgar or the whole Tarim Basin area. I mean, the anti-local nationalist movement led to a lot of public executions, and as I understand it, this is when the colonial turn actually gets its greater extent, and so I was wondering if here we can find maybe a common ground to reflect on about this colonial turn. Of course, maybe it takes different shapes in Tibet, and of course in different areas of Tibet, in different areas of East Turkestan and the new frontier. But we have here a common date that really, to me, embodies this colonial turn in Maoist policies.
No, I thank you. I agree with that, and I think it's indicative of the state losing patience with with its own colonial project, with its own the way that it imagined things proceeding. It didn't work, or it didn't work fast enough for them. And obviously, we know about Maoist campaign dynamics, and they're always going to tend towards more extreme for various reasons that we can talk about. But I think they had a plan in place, and then they lost patience with that plan. And that's for a variety of reasons. As I said, it's a Chinese Communist Party, and these weren't Chinese and they weren't communist.
Sorry, I think we're running late, so this is. But I just wanted to ask, because in Xinjiang, the CCP basically they took over from the type of the ethnic policies of Chiang Kai, where he introduced all these Soviet labels and Soviet categories in mid-30s, like Uzbeks, and that's why you have Tajiks living in the Pamir, even though they have nothing very little in common with the Soviet Tajikistan. And in Qinghai, it would seem that the CCP had its first chance to formulate its own categorizations, like part of the Minzu Sibie project, where they would create these categories for Muslim groups. For example, like they would make Dongxiang ethnicity. They would give this Chinese geographical term to a group that happened to speak a mixed Mongol Chinese dialect. Right. So, isn't that something that we also should keep in mind, that there's this big difference between Xinjiang and the northwest Amdo region?
Absolutely.
And that was the real first opportunity for the communists to play what the Soviets had already played in the 20s in Central Asia.
Yes and no, because what's interesting, many of us know Tom Mulaney's book on ethnic categorization in Yunnan, and how they went down there and tried to figure out who people were, made mistakes, came back, tried to do. Anyways, we see the very real construction of these identities by the state happening. In Xinjiang, in Qinghai, it didn't quite happen like that. There had been a lot of ethnographic work in Qinghai over the last, under the Republican regime, and they basically adopted those wholesale, at least initially. Not the Dongshan, for instance. That was invented at some point. But when they entered Qinghai, they didn't say, "Who are you?" They said, "There are Tibetans, Han, Mongol, Kazakh, Salar, and Hui here."
And Bao'an.
Well, they didn't at once. First they talked about 7. For years they only talked about 7. So they adopted the ethno-cultural categories that the Republican ethnographers had already established for the most part in Qinghai. And now you're right about those outside examples. But I think it's interesting because they could have very easily, if we think this is all a ploy, they could have very easily say, oh, they're not Zangzu, they're Amdozu, or they're Golokzu, even smaller, right? And tried to separate these peoples. They call them all Tibetans. They call them all Zangzu from the entire Tibetan plateau, even people that weren't Tibetan in many ways. And so I think that's just an example of how I don't think we should overthink the party's ability to be devious in these early years, so to speak, right? This was a party that was, they believed in what they were doing. And they believed it was scientific. And they believed they were going to change the world and change these people. So I'll end on that.
And just, Benno, if we could give you a small gift. So thank you very much for your really insightful and interesting presentation. Veronica, would you mind taking a
I would like to invite you back to our third panel, Narratives and Infrastructures in Colonizing Cultural Spaces. We're going to begin with Runa Runa Steenberg from Palaki University Olomouc, before we go on to Tim Gross's talk afterwards. I'm going to begin with one talk, then have questions, and then move on to the next one, unless you'd prefer to do all the questions at the end. Any preferences? Should I maybe do them all at the end then? That way we could. All right, change that. I'm going to do all the questions at the end. Sorry, we've had slightly different formats because we've done some of the panels as one, some of them one person at a time. So questions will be then at the end. So thank you. Please begin, Runa.
Okay, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you to the organizers and the hosts. It's so far been a fantastic conference, and I very much look forward to this second day. So I've been looking a bit at museums in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, also known as East Turkestan. And this was prompted by a workshop I was invited to about museums in Central Asia. And out of that grew a paper that I will, in parts, present today. The framing I want to put it into. So what I noticed was there's been a lot of investment in museums. A lot of new museums have been built, and a lot of old museums have been renovated. And quite incredible amounts of money have been put into this. The first thing that I noticed is this. So this already started in 2018, where we are arguably at the height of cultural destruction, state violence, and mass incarceration in the region, and it seems contradictory in a sense. But the more I went into what kind of changes had occurred and what kind of museums had been opened, it became clear to me that what was going on was not so much a contradiction to the state violence, but it was a continuation of the state violence or of the goals of the state violence through other means, and it was actually more complementary. And the way I'm trying to frame and understand it today is through the lens of settler colonialism, but then specifically within settler colonialism, seeing the investment into cultural institutions and infrastructure as a form of counterinsurgency. And counterinsurgency always has two parts. And we've seen this in manuals about the Iraq War. General Petraeus, whom I also mentioned in my paper, is one of the people who has been known for saying that the most important tool in counterinsurgency operations, the most important weapon is cement, concrete. Because when you tear down things, you have to build up other things. Otherwise, you're going to perpetuate the situation. So when you destroy, you also need to build at the same time. That's become a truism of counterinsurgency approaches. I'm not going to go into counterinsurgency thinking and theory of the Chinese state in relation to the Uyghur regions, but it's very clear that it's there. Darren Byler has done some work on it. Some of you also quoted and mentioned it, and this term is there. But I'm going to try to understand the investment into museums and the certain type of changes made to museums through the lens of counterinsurgency within the wider context of settler colonialism. And I will particularly be looking at the so-called Xinjiang Museum, which is also called the Xinjiang Region, Xinjiang Autonomous Region Museum in Urumqi. I forgot the official name, but I think many of you have been there, and it is the biggest and most well-known museum in the region, and that's also why I have the most information on it. There have been articles written about it before. Justin Rudelson mentions it in the 90s. Then Anna Hayes has written a really nice article about it in 2016, or it's published 2016 after her visit in 2012. And almost all tourists go there and they record filmings from inside it. A lot of foreign exchange students basically have put their whole walkings through the museum up online, and so you can pretty much follow through the years what has happened inside the museum. That's why I focus on this museum. I'll mention a few other museums as well, but I think it is pretty representative for a general development. And the larger local context within I want to put this is that between, as we all know, 2017 and 2021, we saw a very strong increase in state violence against local minoritized populations. An enormous amount of people were incarcerated, and the fear rose to incredible levels. Since 2021, this has slightly changed. So the way, I would say, the violence has been perpetrated has become more subtle. And there has been a number of vloggers going to the region, and also sinologists, especially German sinologists, who have come back and basically shown, or think they're showing, that things are normalized, that things are all right, that everything is not as bad as it's portrayed to be. And I think it's important for us to look into what has actually happened after 2021. So when Martin Rui came to power and Chen Quanguo was either ousted or promoted or whatever you want to call it, something changed in the way things are handled on the ground. And I think we don't quite have a very good understanding of what exactly that was. Some have a tendency to ignore that things change because it doesn't fit into their general narrative. Some have a tendency to emphasize it because that's what they want to do. I'm at the moment engaged in a project, and I'm applying for funding for the next project to look into more detail, granularly, what actually has been happening on the ground. So Dake Kang, for the AP journalist who has done a lot of work on the region, he describes how the party secretary of Aksu prefecture told him, look, we can't have genocide here. We're preserving their traditional culture, while they were watching a dance performance. And actually, the very museum that I'm talking about today, the Xinjiang Museum, was one of the things that German sinology professor Norman Petsch mentioned in his argument, that things have gotten a lot better in the region, that he was impressed by the archaeological exhibitions of the region's history being shown in that very museum, and that he thought that there had been a bit too much pushback against what he called the terrorist threat, but now things have eased up. And I think it's important to recognize that things are not the way they were in 2018 and 2019, but at the same time to understand how this development is connected to the state violence in 2018 and 2019. There's still a lot of state violence. There's still a lot of fear. And I think the fear and the way fear today helps to govern the region, helps the party to govern the region, definitely substitutes for some of the direct violence we've seen before. And the moment the fear falls off, we might see a return to that violence. But at the same time, we here have the attempt to create something that stands in for the void that has been made by the destruction. So when you destroy something, a hole is left, and that hole needs to be patched over or filled with something else. Otherwise, it will keep being a reminder. And that's basically, I would say, it fits very well into Patrick Wolf's notion of settler colonialism being about controlling the land, being about eradicating the local population, either by genocide, forced displacement, or forced assimilation, to the point that their legitimacy, their ownership of the land has been removed, that they are not even really there anymore as a reminder that this was colonized. And we yesterday spoke about decolonization in that sense, decolonization in the violent state sense of being the colonizer, removing the history of the colonization, and thus it no longer being seen as a colony. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here. So let us take a look. Yes. Since in the 21st century, China has invested a lot into museums. In the 80s, there were a few hundred museums in China. And in 2017, I found a number of 5,000. And most of them, since 2008, have had free admission. So museums have all over China been canvases for state ideology. And in the 2015 13th five-year plan, the development of cultural industries, including museum, was a central point, designated a pillar in the national economy. Of course, this is very much connected to tourism also, that David and Shani are looking at, and many others. And I'm not going to go into tourism in this presentation, just out of lack of time, but it's very connected to that as well. But museums are also part of it. Now, so what I'm saying is this is not particular only to Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, East Turkestan, but in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, it has been pushed for the certain purpose, I would say, of covering up the violence of colonialism more generally, and within the strategy of counterinsurgency more particularly. So in an article from 2003 called "Packing Xinjiang into a Museum," which I think is a very telling title for an article, the Xinjiang Daily News describes how there's been this huge wave of upgrading museums, and that there is now a museum matrix across the region of more than 100 museums that are like pearls scattered in the streets and alleys of various places in Xinjiang, but still connected like a necklace linking the cultural history of Xinjiang. According to official numbers, there are 246 museums of all types and levels in the region, and many of them have, in the last, since 2016, been overhauled and renovated according to a plan called the High Quality Development of Xinjiang's Museums. These are in part museums that are very explicit about showing the party narrative. This is the Terrorism Museum in Urumqi that depicts the confiscated weapons, allegedly, but also very quote-unquote cultural museums like the Accordion Museum, and various other very, we would say, fringe types of museum. There have been different policy plans. The implementation plan for promoting the reform and development of museums in the autonomous region, and so on and so forth, 10 supporting policies of the autonomous region on supporting museum construction. And the youth has been very much targeted in this. So many of the museums now have very interactive parts that are catering to youth, and a lot of school classes come there. It is part of the school curriculum to go to these museums. They have also created so-called mobile museums, touring exhibitions that go to the countryside, to the villages where people will not be able to go to the museums in the cities. And the Xinjiang Daily reports of 22,000 people in villages and townships across the region who have participated in these mobile museums in 2023.
Now let's move to the Xinjiang Museum, or the regional museum in Urumqi. This was well, okay, let me just before that, I first started to be interested in this particular museum because I spoke with a Chinese whistleblower who had been working as a police officer. His name is Wang from Heilongjiang, or this is his official public name. Some of you might know him. He was working in the camps, arresting people. Then he fled to the West, and I met him in Germany in an unspecified place where I interviewed him for German TV. And he told me that when he was first deployed to Urumqi, he wanted to go see the minorities exhibition at the Xinjiang Museum because he had heard a lot about it. And when he came, this was in 2017, it was closed. He couldn't see it. It stayed closed till 2022. And so I thought, let me try to find out what was there before and what it looks like afterwards. And of course, from 2017, when it was closed, it was actually renovated and the whole museum was expanded widely, and a number of changes were introduced. This particular exhibition was removed and other exhibitions were created at the same time. Of course, this must be seen within the wider context of cultural destruction in the region at this point. Scholars being arrested, especially for promoting Uyghur culture. Yalqun Rozi, who wrote a lot of school books, was one of the first people who got arrested, but we have a whole number of them. Very prominently, of course, Rahil Dawood, who many of us knew personally and who we consider our teacher, and who also herself created a small ethnographic museum in Xinjiang University, on the Xinjiang University campus, that of course then was also destroyed and removed. The Xinjiang Museum was created, established in 1959. It was moved to its current location in 1962, and on that location it was given a new building in 2005. That's this building, I believe. Then in 2008, it became free of charge. In 2016, the second phase of museum building was approved, and the construction started in 2018. This was why Wang couldn't visit the minorities exhibition, but he could visit other exhibitions. It was not the whole museum that was closed, it was just that exhibition. It almost doubled in size, with 370 million renminbi invested into the rebuilding of it. And while the old building bore traces of, I think, so this must be the old building, bore traces of Greek and ancient Roman, Persian traditional Uyghur style, and like Central Plains traditional architectural style. The new building is shaped like a khe, the character in Xie, the harmony, which of course refers to ethnic harmony. So, Rudelson had already mentioned it, and I mentioned Anna Hayes' article about the museum that also referred to this ethnicity exhibition, which had several mannequins that she was quite interested in. I don't have time to go into these questions, but ethnic minoritized people were depicted in, she thinks, a humanizing way. There were 3 main exhibitions before the restructuring. The first one was called Memories of the History of the Western Region, and as you can see, it had Uyghur writing. That was later removed when it was renamed. The second was the one with the mummies of the Taklamakan Desert, which also had Uyghur writing. This one stayed, and I think has stayed till today with the Uyghur writing, but I believe that's because it was renovated once in 2015, so they didn't want to renovate it again, whereas all the other exhibitions had the Uyghur writing removed after 2016. And the last one was the one with the contemporary ethnic groups of Xinjiang. This was the one that Zhang wanted to see. It was the one that Hayes wrote about. And there's a lot of exoticization. The Han minority is depicted as modern. The Uyghurs are depicted as traditional, and so on and so forth. But they were still there. They were presented, and they had human shape in that sense, all of which was removed later. So at that point, what the museum was already saying was basically propaganda points. Xinjiang was always a part of Greater China, and it was always a multi-ethnic region. In 2015, another exhibition was added called the Xinjiang Revolutionary History, and I'm just going to take you through some of the exhibition introductions or headlines. So this is what used to be memory on the history of the Western regions, and you can see the background's exactly the same. The Uyghur has been removed, and it's now called Xinjiang Historical Relics Exhibition. You also see down here, it's in English and Chinese. And that's basically what goes through the whole museum. English has been kept throughout. Uyghur has been removed. In most of these exhibitions, sometimes the English is not even really there. What is left of the ethnic culture exhibition are the costumes. But now they don't have any mannequins inside them. Now they just hang as the empty clothes, which I think it's scary. It's like an uncanny symbolic change. There are two new exhibitions that focus on the party history. And as you see, some of them even don't have the English, but most of them do. What we can see is the one about the mummies is the one that still has Uyghur in it. And it has Uyghur descriptions as well, down here. This is from 2015. Something happened between 2015 and 2016. Some of these were still there in 2017. We can see it on some of the other exhibitions still have Uyghur in them, but after 2017, they basically all disappear. And I just wanted to show this. This is from the Turpan Museum. This is also about the mummies. Here it has been renovated. So it's not like the mummies are kept in Uyghur. I think it's really a time question. We see here 2017, still Uyghur in one of the other exhibitions. 2020, the Uyghur is gone. We can also see it here more clearly. These are screenshots, so often not so good quality. Here too, we can see like the Uyghur language has been removed in all of these things. But when it's warnings, please don't do this, please don't touch, please don't smoke, often the Uyghur is still there. Yeah, not always though, but this is also from some of the in some of the other museums that I looked at that we don't have time to talk about specifically today. There's also Uyghur writing in what I would say are the more like direct propagandistic parts. You can also see this is in the Xinjiang Museum. The Xi Jinping part still has Uyghur underneath. I don't know why that is. Of course, all of these things are it's quite complex, and I haven't gotten so far in my analysis yet. But these are some of the main trends. I just wanted to show the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps museum because there's a very long video on that, and some of you might be interested in looking at that also. I think it's very interesting. Okay, I have to really go through. I just brought in the Kumul Museum. We don't have time to go into it, but here some of the Uyghur writing is kept in some parts, and I thought it was interesting that here the Han are now presented as their own like ethnic group with their own ethnic traditions. Thought it was interesting. It doesn't really fit fully into my analysis, but it's still there. And I think it's very important that we look at the things that don't fit into fully into our theoretical framework, but are still there. There's been a lot done for the commercialization. This is also part of the policy papers. So here the Hami melon that you can then buy right next to it in this vending machine, and it's quite beautifully made, very modern and modernized. I'm gonna come to the end now. Yes, I know it's so. I'm also looking at this within the frame, and I don't have time, unfortunately, to go into that here, but it's in my paper, of the 2020 campaign called Culturally Enriching Xinjiang. Wenhua Runjiang, I think is I don't know the tones, so please excuse me for that. Where it is very much focusing on basically presenting the local people with Chinese civilization as the source from which the cultures of the different ethnic groups of China flow. And so that Chinese civilization, which is presented as Han, is the core, and everything else are like small brooks that flow from it. And here, for instance, just one example is the Uyghur comedian and actor Dilshad Barasultanden, who for Chinese New Year's made a small video where he not only is dressed in a Chinese traditional attire, though he's wearing the Uyghur doppa at the same time, but also says Gong Xi Fa Cai and wishes everybody happy New Year in that sense. And in some of the museums, we have Uyghur custodians dressed in Han Chinese dresses, presenting Tang dynasty times and so on. So to sum up, I see this culturally enriching and all of these investments into culture, events and museums and so on and so forth as an attempt to create something to fill the hole of the cultural destruction that has been going on since the launch of the People's War on Terror in 2014, but especially since the mass incarceration campaigns of 2017, but because I think it was the fear of being incarcerated that made people follow the policies of the party to a much larger extent than they did before. So without the violence, all of this other stuff could not have happened. But without this stuff, the violence will not have the same effect. I think, and this is the lesson from counterinsurgency, you need to bomb Iraq to the ground and kill 100,000 children and up to 1 million people in total. But if you don't build anything on top of it, you're going to create ISIS out of that. But if you do, is the hope, you're not. And the settler colonial dream of eradicating not only the local population, but basically even the memory of the local indigenous population, at least insofar as them being different from you and having legitimate claims to the land within international law and within general understandings of justice, can be removed and taken out. And I call this cultural substitution. I think this is a perfect picture of how it works, in a sense. And I just think that we need to compare it, of course, to other settler colonial contexts, but always keep in mind that the cultural construction and the violent destruction go hand in hand, are complementary and not opposites to each other. And use that to counter the kind of bullshit propaganda that some people now going to the region and saying everything is fine without actually knowing the language or the context or anything about how it was before are putting out there, unfortunately, quite efficiently. Thank you very much.
you. We're now going to go straight on to Tim's, and we'll do questions at the end.
Well, first, I'd like to echo everyone's thanks to the organizers and everyone online. This is always one of my favorite conferences each year. Not only is it stimulating academically, but it's always great to be in the company of such good people who are using their valuable time and energy to make the world a better place. And I think that in the times that we're in, that's actually really, really important. And let's see, where's my slideshow here? Oh, I see. I don't know my icons. And it's actually, I'm really pleased to go after Rune. We have a lot of overlap in terms of content, and Rune always does a great job of articulating the theory, and we use a lot of the same theory, and I don't have to spend as much time, trying to set up that scaffolding. So he's done a lot of the work for me. But in terms of the overlap in content, I'm also going to walk us through these processes of destruction and replacement. But instead of looking at museums, looking at Uyghur sacred sites, mostly mazar. What I don't want to do is artificially put sacred and religious in a false category. Often these are religious sites, but throughout history and throughout faith-based traditions, there often is a commingling, and we'll kind of revisit that throughout, of sacred actions, ritual, but also things that aren't sacred. And that's okay. And what I'm going to try to argue is that it's not the sense that these sites have been turned into tourist sites per se, and they've been commodified, but there's no longer space for the sacred. And that's what makes this example, I think, colonial at its core. A lot of the work, at least the stuff that has made the headlines about Uyghur sacred space, are the examples of mazar, or these tombs that have been destroyed. And of course, our esteemed colleague like Ryan Thumb has documented these very, very well. What I want to do is look at those structures that still exist. And in many ways, they haven't been at least physically altered, though some cases they have been. But the activities have changed. Kind of official promotion of some activities, we might say tourism, commodification. But again, it's the suppression of other activities, those that might be considered sacred. Not necessarily religious, but sacred to the people, Uyghurs more specifically. And so there is a desecration occurring, and desecration through two processes that, instead of going through the theory, I'll kind of walk you through the examples. So through defilement and through dispossession. I know time is already limited, but this is one of my favorite songs by Khushuk Ali, which I translated and put on my very, very modest YouTube channel. You can find it. Make sure you smash the like button. We're not going to listen to the whole thing. It's a very long song, but I want to skip forward to whence the lyrics begin. Maybe that's not going to let me do that. How do I? Oh, here we go. I don't this good. Well, we'll listen for a moment. Is part of a cultural landscape that's not necessarily religious, but it could be. Actually, I could make sure the subtitles are on.
عزیزان دیار می
Where is it? I can't. Oh. shame. I open it as a link. Always something. Where? Yeah. Just if I take it off the
Ziyaret Ziyaret kılgılı keldim Kınım tamgan makanım ne Ziyaret kılgılı keldim Anam ak süt biri bakkan Atamdan tuz bilen bakkan Atamdan tuz bilen bakkan Kadirdan kıyediga oyunni Ziyaret kılgılı keldim Ziyaret kılgılı keldim Oğumda çüşümde Sevmiş hicrani armani Oğumda çüşümde Sevmiş hicrani armani 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 Doğra Yusuf Kadir Bu elge peşva bulgan Bu elge peşva bulgan Uygurları
for time, it goes on. He visits Mapu Kashgari's Mazar, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I just wanted to set the stage that there is place for pilgrimage. A pilgrimage is part of a type of of maybe of a collective culture that, of course, Ryan Thumb has written about. And now I want to take you through the process of this destruction and replacement. And the first one is probably the least relevant of all of my examples, but it allows me an opportunity to share one of my favorite anecdotes of Professor DeWoot, or this conversation that we had. So I remember having her book, Uyghur Mazars, and trying to visit as many as I could, and finding actually the chapter, the entry on Ali Arsahan's tomb had the address in the book itself, and being so excited when the taxi cab pulled up and I was allowed to go in there. The next day I returned, it wasn't the next day, this is in Kashgar, we returned to Urumqi a few days later, really excited. Here's my picture in front of the Mazar, and I told Professor DeWoot, I saw Arli Asahan's Mazar, and she kind of graciously and patiently kind of smiled and said, no, you didn't. And I said, yes, I did. And I was like, I have pictures of it. I was there. I used your book. And she said, people haven't been able to go there for years. There was no way they let you there. And I showed her the picture with a sign that says in Uyghur and in Chinese that I was there. And then again, being patient and very gracious, she kind of laughed and said, well, yeah, that was not the right one. There were two. The one in the desert is the one that actually had the Ordon Festival, and where his body is. The head was at the tomb I was at. But again, just an opportunity to share, I think, that really nice moment with her. But through personal correspondence with Emily Fung, I believe she's at LA Times, I can't remember. She told me she was going to go back, and this was fairly recently. And I asked her, well, see if the tomb I visited is still there. Sure enough, it is. The gates were closed. She was the official explanation was that it was a mosque, and didn't really know that the guard there really didn't know anything about it. So again, it's been now not destroyed, but there's no activity there anymore. So let's continue, and we'll have more vivid examples. Here we have Maqbul Kashgari's Mazar, which was a really vibrant and lively pilgrimage site. And here we have his tomb. Much of the activity, though, was centered on the sacred tree and the spring. And my Uyghur friends who took me there, insisted that while I'm at this sacred spot, that I have to have a sip of the water. And people would take large containers and fill these containers with this sacred elixir almost. And here we have people going in and filling up water bottles, etc. Now, what's happened to Maqbul Kashgari's tomb? These are some documents that the relevant parts I've translated for us. The Maqbul Kashgari scenic spots, internal markers, and signage have been dismantled and damaged. Has long been neglected and in disrepair. Its management is not up to the standard, so it's been closed and officially under construction. I haven't found anything to suggest that it's been reopened. And looking at a lot of vlogging videos on YouTube, when people were doing their visits to Kashgar, somewhat oddly, the Maqbul Kashgari's Mazar is not part of what you would think would be kind of that standard package tour. But there should be maybe a to be continued with Maqbul Kashgari. The examples get more vivid. Apak Hoja Mazar, also in Kashgar. And here we see, I think, a very explicit example of replacement. And now, when you enter the park, you're greeted with Kashi Xiangfei Yuan, or the favorite concubine park of Kashgar. Or actually, also interesting is that the new entrance into Old Town, the English translation of kosher is kosher. It used to be Kashgar, but they've now switched it to the pinyin. I think maybe more interesting and relevant to the discussion are how tickets have changed. And so this took a little bit of investigating and digging on the internet. And you'll see the replacement of Uyghur. It's similar to what Rune observed with the museums, where tickets were at one time trilingual. And unfortunately, I don't have my notes of when these tickets were produced, what years. But you'll see of course, the erasure of Uyghur script from the most contemporary piece. And also, I think interesting is the change of spelling of apak. So they had two. It was two, now it's one. So that's I think also kind of interesting. But again, you see this very, very explicit example of erasure, right? Uyghur script is no longer there. And also, you see a more prominent, or Xiangfei or Ipahan plays a more prominent place in the tickets itself. She's actually now front and center. And of course, that is really the theme now of the Apak Hoja Mazar complex. And again, I know he has a very contested and controversial place in Uyghur collective memories. But again, these debates are being being carried out by the people themselves. So here we have, at one time, you have the Apakolja Mazar, Apakolja Mausoleum. Now we have a mosque, and the mosque has been named the Xiangfei Mosque, right? So again, we have this replacement. It has this destruction and replacement. This pattern is going to repeat itself over and over again. When I visited and the official signage, of course, there was the official explanation still placed Xiangfei as a very important part, but there was at least acknowledgement of Apakolja and at least an acknowledgement of some sort of connection to Islam. So Apakolja Mazar is an Islamic Hoja, sage's descendant, etc. But that too now has been eliminated from official explanations. So we have the tomb of Xiangfei, and as you'll see, and we'll read the whole thing, there's no more mention of Apakolja at all. Instead, it's the celebration of Ibrahim and her romantic relationship with Tianlong. So much so that you can, every day you can go view a performance. I think it's once a day, if not twice a day, the kind of reenactment of the marriage. And for time, we will spare ourselves because it is really quite cringe to watch. But if anyone wants the link, I'd be happy to give it to you. It looks like it's going to happen. Well, never mind. I had no control over it. For time. Two more examples, but there's an interlude in between. One is Tuyuk, so now we're moving to the Tapran area, actually in Pisan. Again, and we'll see this pattern continue. During my last visit in 2017, the official signage is Chinese historical, cultural, whatever village, and the Mazar, the Maja Tun Mazar village protection area. But in Chinese, there was an acknowledgement of this sacred space. More recently, however, you see this haphazard replacement of the Chinese for Mazar, and instead it's now just called Tuyugotun, or the pinyinisation of Tuyuk. So Mazar has been, quite explicitly removed. Similarly, you have some more signage here. During my last visit in 2017, again, there is an acknowledgement of Mazar. Mazar also in English and in Uyghur. From online blogs, you'll see not only has the Uyghur script been removed, but it's no longer called the Mazar village. It's just called Tuyugo. And the English is now based upon the pinyin. It's no longer a kind of pronunciation of Tuyuk. Moreover, they've placed these giant wheels all throughout the village. So adjacent to the Tuyuk Mazar, there's a large mosque, and then this village where you can, dine with authentic family, etc., etc. But now they've adorned the walls with these large wheels, and a tour guide explains the purpose of why these wheels are there. On the bridge, you can see very large carriage wheels. Why are there so many carriage wheels? It probably has something to do with what I proposed to you earlier about the ethnic origins of Uyghurs. In the past, Uyghurs were called Dingling by our non-Chao Han people. Beichao called them Gaoche, cart, gaucho refers to the carriage wheels being large. So again, we have this replacement, this reinterpretation of history. Now, so the interlude, of course, we see a lot of the same processes and patterns of settler colonialism. We've already mentioned Patrick Wolf, Destroy and Replace. You know, this could also be understood as just another example of red tourism, that this is happening throughout the rest of China. So why, Tim, why do you keep making a big deal? You're just trying to stir trouble. It's consumer nationalism that's happening everywhere. But there's another wrinkle to this, and that is a nationwide, kind of trend of Dhaka tourism. And that's also has Uyghur participants in too. So we also have to consider that this being part of these changes. So what is Dhaka tourism? This is where punching the card come from. It's going to places, and then as you attempt to become a web celebrity, you have your pictures in front of famous spots. So the last one, let's go to Yusuf Has Hajib's tomb. During one of my visits here. Now it's become a hot spot for this Dhaka tourism because they don't have as many tourists as Apakolja. And you can go on places like Xiaohongshu for advice on where to get the best pictures. And here we have some examples. You're basically saying, come here, there aren't very many people, it's beautiful scenery, and then you can get your pictures. Now, again, I want to make clear that this commingling of tourism and leisure and sacred spots happens everywhere. And drawing on literature of like pilgrimage in India, that this is actually really important parts of economies. And there are a bunch of different types of tourists. And not everyone that goes to pilgrimage is doing it for the same reasons, and that's okay. And in fact, my first day here, I spent, a lot of time being a pilgrim, but I'm not Catholic, but I find it interesting and fun. It's part of heritage tourism. We don't need to get into all the definitions. On one hand, it's a way of preservation. Others kind of push back and say it's more about a manipulation of history, but still, pilgrimage has always been this place where there's a commingling of tourism and religion. But we need to consider some of these questions that Olson proposed. It's about who's controlling these sites, what's being left out of the histories, who's being allowed to take part in these discussions. And I add this picture here because I too engage. These are my stuffed animals. I too engage in behaviors that aren't sacred at pilgrimage sites. There's something, I don't know, something about the juxtaposition of silly things and sacred sites that, it's fun. And that's not the problem. The problem is the ways that these sites have been desecrated. Because there are two ways. It's defilement and dispossession. And the combination of these two makes this example different. It's not just tourism. So in the case of defilement, it's when sacredness or the purity of the space cannot be preserved anymore because visitors are behaving disrespectfully. I'll show you an example at the very, very end. But people are wearing clothing that would be prohibited, be scandalous almost at otherwise sacred sites. And so it becomes so commodified that the sacredness can no longer be perceived by those who are going there for religious reasons. The second case is that you can't perform rituals in the sacred space. And we know that this is true, right? Mazars are no longer places where people can pray to the saint for intercession. There are no longer these kind of spiritual meals having place. There's no longer the installment of tulug flags, etc. So the whole place has become detextualized. It's this, again, the pattern of destruction and replace. You have to replace it with something. So here we have Tuyuk again. Tuyuk was once a really important site. Well, I forget the number. Was it 3 visits to Tuyuk was worth 1 Hajj I forget the exact number, but it was a really, really important site. Now, however, we see Toyuk having a much different purpose, especially places for like engagement photos. You can find pictures of people kissing. Here we have one person and his Xiaohongshu blog saying this isn't Morocco, it is a Xinjiang Maja. And I'll end there.
Thank you for that. Is that working? Okay. Is there another one of these out there? Okay, thank you both for those very, very interesting talks. I first of all want to see if there's any questions from the audience.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you both, Tim, Runa. Always very interesting and touching on a lot of the work that Shani and I do as well. So it's always fantastic to hear your perspectives, and I'm always thinking of ways that we could collaborate further. One thing, Runa, just as an offer, when Shani and I were last in Urumqi, we took hundreds of pictures in the museum. And I mean hundreds. We took everything. So we'd be very happy to share those with you, and go compare with what you have now and the record you have now. But a question for Tim, really, about Xiang Fei. I'm always interested in how they tell the story now, like how she ended up in Beijing. Like, do you know how these cringing dancing performances, do they go into how she got there? Because the whole thing of her maybe being kidnapped or being sold or whatever, it's so symbolic for colonialism and, you know, the biopolitics of what we're seeing now, the very idea that she was just sent there as a gift to the emperor. Does that ever come up, or is this the symbolic replacement that is not part of the story anymore and she's just there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't have the answer. A lot of the tourists will upload just bits and pieces of it, and admittedly I haven't woven them all together, and because a lot of it is sung, I have problems understanding exactly what's being said, and I think they're using a type of like official court language, but so I don't have the exact, but that's something that I should really look into to see how that story is being, and you know, if there are questions arise of like, well, you know, would tourists say, well, isn't that kidnapping? Even, yeah. But anyway, don't have an answer. It's a great question.
I think I actually read in a news article this past year. I can't remember if it's possibly even the Spiegel or something, where a journalist went there, where a journalist went to the gardens and mentions seeing the performance and talks a little bit about that, where I think he said that it's depicted as though like she's chosen and they're sad she has to go far away, but isn't it exciting and wonderful for her? But I might be, that's how I think, but that's like a second degree testimony to what's actually covered.
I have a question about the religious tourism. When you were doing the research about basically the Chinese tourists visiting the religious sites and taking the pictures that were not really respectful, and especially on Xiaohongshu, telling each other like where is the best spot for the picture. Did you encounter any comments or discussions online that would maybe originate from Chinese citizens and say that, you know, maybe this isn't the best idea, maybe this isn't entirely respectful, or is it more like unilateral, everyone's agreeing that this is a great idea?
Not necessarily agreeing it's a great idea, but I haven't seen any pushback. And admittedly, I'm not going deep into the comments. On TikTok and not or Douyin, and not necessarily with Mazar, but with the modifications and renovations of mosques. Once in a while, you do get who I assume are Han Chinese netizens saying that, you know, this isn't right, there's something wrong with this. But I haven't actually seen that with this doc. But I imagine the audience is somewhat self-selective if you're going and surfing on someone else's xiaohongshu and looking at places to have your own pictures that you wouldn't be there looking for like an argument or a fight.
Just very briefly, we did look into a lot of these comments, Shani and I, when we were doing another research project, and I don't think we saw anything negative, did we? I mean, it was almost entirely
Not
positive.
around photographs.
Positive in inverted commas. Yeah.
It's working? Yeah. First of all, thank you for your exposition. I love it a lot. And my question is especially for, sorry for the mispronunciation, Rune? Or is that? Sorry. When you were displaying the photos of the museums, this reminds me a lot about my investigations, my personal investigations, and one thing that I saw in propaganda videos is that more Uyghur women are used as propaganda as museum guides of the museum. And I want to ask you if you saw some of Uyghur women working on that museum as a guide. Did you saw that?
Yes, generally speaking, I think very often young Uyghur, Kazakh, Mongol women are chosen in these positions. But and like I showed in the one picture, sometimes dressed up traditionally, but usually Chinese traditionally. So what I think has been a little bit of a shift is before we did have the sexualization, the exoticization, eroticization of minorities. And now we do still have that, but at least what I'm seeing is a shift away from even their representation, even in that sense. So they're still eroticized, but now they're eroticized as tang, dressed. They are still now minorities, but it suggests that it all flows back to this original source of Chinese civilization. And maybe it's a thank you for giving me the opportunity, because I think I didn't say very clearly, or maybe I didn't even get to touch upon. There are lots of exhibitions of the Han relics, Tang relics in the Uyghur regions, and that's because these are exactly the times where we have Chinese imperial expansions into the region, and so they showed those connections. The about 1,000 years in between, where we actually don't have a lot of Chinese influence, but where it's much more Arabic, Persian, and all of that, that is ignored and also taken out. And I would say these like sexualizations of ethnicity kind of follow that trend as well.
I also have an impression, maybe I'm wrong, but when I saw the photos of the museum, the modern museum, this reminds me like the form of a mosque, a little bit. And I was thinking about how history can be perverted. For example, the idea of a mosque, which is for the Chinese government narrative, the idea of the place where religious extremism is going through and is being transmitted. And now is the place where there are social harmony, the link with the Uyghurs, they are the same, we are the same country, the one nation. And I was thinking about the symbolic violence of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that especially the new building, which it looks a lot more modern, really is leaning towards the depiction of the mosque. But what definitely is there, and this has also been written about many times in other contexts before, the museum is canonizing history. It's canonizing the narrative. It is cementing it. It brings children in there early, and it really, once it's in the museum, it kind of becomes the truth in the modern state. And in that sense, there is definitely a relation to religious institutions who were often the truth carriers before, and for many Uyghurs, especially in the south, where I've spent most of the time, continue to be truth carriers up until 2016, 2017, when many of them were then closed or removed.
And I think symbolically they still are truth carriers in a sense, which is why it's often so important either to erase them or, as Tim shows, to erase their functions and fill them with something else, because even an empty piece of land can be memory. And I think it was actually Benno this morning who talked about the process of nationalization of an empire or of whatever else is very much also the process of forgetting. It's not just the process of remembering. We have these Paul Connaughton and Jan Assmann and people who look at social memory as being put into statues and museums and so on and so forth. But there's a huge job also in erasing the memories that you don't want there and make sure that they're forgotten. And I think that is what also Tim shows very clearly happens. Thank you.
The illustrious poet and writer Aziz Ilkun, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome.
Yes. Good morning. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Couldn't find the right place. Yes, a very interesting topic. I want to give a few comments, especially our friend just asked about there's any debate about these Uyghur cultural, religious sites. There's so much happening. And I just want to give a quick comment. I visited that site, one north of Aksu city, is Kırmış Atam Mazri. And also I visited Mahmud Kashgari's tomb and his mosque in 2006, almost 19 years ago. So at that time, what I noticed is Kırmış Atam was mostly visited by Han Chinese tourists, and they put kind of red, a little piece of clothes, Chinese slogan, good luck or something, peace for life. But opposite, in Mahmud Kashgari, mostly visited by the Uyghurs, purely with the religious blessing, seeking religious bless, that kind of intention, and they putting white or blue kind of color of the clothes. And that at that time, there was when you enter, they opened the Mahmud Kashgari Park, which there used to be kind of at least 8-meter tall Mahmud Kashgari's status, very large. And I visited the High Terek, it's just on the screen now. And also it's a tomb. Now it's, nothing exists anymore. They destroyed, abolished that statue of Mahmud Kashgari in 2020, reported by the Radio Free Asia. And the Mahmud Kashgari's tomb and mosque, that yard was closed. And couple of weeks ago, I watched a TikTok clip was posted by Uzbek travelers. They went to the Mahmud Kashgari's mosque and was locked and was not maintained, was quite bad status, that mosque, everything. And they tried to jump over the wall, and some security guard came to arrest them. And then to Uzbek travelers talk about, we have been learning about Mahmud Kashgari from the primary school, from the literature books, and look at the status of our such a respected scholar, is founder of the Turkic language, and now how it's been treated by the Chinese government. So there was lots of commented debate, and mostly Uzbeks from Uzbekistan or outside the region. So it's still a fresh memory, but about the religious purpose of people visiting these religious sites, almost I can see not exist in these days. Just I want to give this comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Aziz. I wonder if I could maybe jump from that comment to something that maybe Tim could comment on there, because I think what's interesting there in these sort of anecdotes is that a kind of displacement of both practices but also people. So like sort of displacing tomb sites that obviously memorialize someone like Mahmud Kashgari or others, people who are then these sort of historic figures, And part of what's being displaced there is the memory of these figures, and replacing them with like sort of semi-fictitious ones such as Xiangfei Parhan, alongside the displacement of practices. So it's like they're keeping the places but displacing practice and people at the same time. And I want to know if you want to respond to that.
Yes, the process of removing people and specifically removing pilgrims, actually, Rahila Dawood and Rachel Harris wrote about this process in an article that's now probably 20 years old. And the first step was really making many of these sites having admission fees, which precluded, especially, Uyghur families. In fact, I remember in one of my visits to Apakolja's Mazar that a Uyghur family couldn't afford the tickets. It's quite expensive. I think at the time it was like 80 renminbi, which would be, for a family of four would be, quite prohibitive. Now originally, because Toyuk was bought by Han developers, and their original plan, and this is Professor Dawood wrote about this, was to actually try to attract more tourists, or excuse me, attract more pilgrims, because they thought that would attract more Han tourists, that they could see like religion, live. But they've since, of course, moved away from that model. In fact, during my last visit in 2017, it had been closed because of fears of violence and stuff. But yes, but it was the ticket. Going back to your point, it's the removal of people is through tickets, right? If you have to pay to go and whatever you want to do at the Mazar, that's going to be that's going to be a restriction.
We have a question from Sonia Imin, who is following us online. A question to Rune about the minorities exhibition. I would argue that having personified mannequins to represent a living culture and people within a settler museum context is more problematic than portraying their costumes. Clothing can be collected as an object to be archived and categorized within a museum curatorial and collection system. Personified mannequins that portray colonial imaginations of Uyghur life is explicitly dehumanizing and mirrors human zoos and exhibitions in the West. Broadly, ethnographic museums globally are replacing human mannequins with other display strategies. The question is, how do Hayes and Rudelson respond to this particular exhibit, and can you expand on your own analysis of its change?
Yes, thank you so much. So I can completely see the argument of saying that having mannequins is dehumanizing of the people portrayed by the mannequins. Anna Hayes, who writes in 2016, actually writes about a rise in mannequins in European museums, especially in Scandinavia. And she describes the technique and how these mannequins look as the sort of important part, that they are made to look very lifelike, and that they are also often portrayed in more modern settings. And as I showed in the picture here, the Uyghur presentation that she also puts in her book is of a kebab salesman who is photographed by a Han Chinese tourist who is also a mannequin, the photographer taking the picture. So that's her interpretation of it, and she explicitly says it is humanizing. Now, I can see the other reading of it also as, in certain cases, being dehumanizing. I don't want to weigh in whether it is one or the other here. I think both are valid points on this. I would say that in a Chinese museum context, the mannequins are used throughout a lot. And actually, there's a new development where they have robots. Einstein then can come up and talk to you and things like that.
So, and they become more and more lifelike. What's important for me in this case, in the Xinjiang Museum, is that representation of non-Han contemporary groups is just reduced a lot. And this whole exhibition it hasn't been replaced in the sense of they've just taken away the mannequins, but they've kept all the objects and all the clothes and things like that. There are still some clothes left where they're hanging on the side in a kind of a montre, and most of it has just been taken out. The whole exhibition really doesn't exist as a proper exhibition any longer. And I think in order to really look into how the dehumanizing or humanizing side of it works, we'd probably have to go into more detail with the figures themselves and the context they're set in. And I think that's a very interesting way to go. I'd love to do that. I haven't done it for this yet.
I just want to quickly jump in with something that I think you're noticing this reduction. David and I have noticed something that's tangential but similar in kind of news coverage of photographs of tourism, where a few years ago it was very common to see, the sort of, the singing, the dancing, the music playing, sort of locals. And what we've noticed is that over the past few years, there's a lot less images, even of the singing, the dancing, the music playing. It's all Han tourists enjoying driving golf carts or looking at the mountains or dressed up in local costumes. And we've thought there's something really interesting here on this, if you will, the elimination of the visualization of locals in what Xinjiang is. It's or Xinjiang is Turkestan is being depicted as a place where like tourists go. They enjoy the scenery, and you actually are seeing less and less depictions of Uyghurs or Kazakhs even singing and dancing. And so I think there might be a related kind of elimination, reduction of the visualizing of them, even in a problematic way. And I think that's an interesting pattern.
One thing to the historical narrative. So along with the removal of the representation, there's also, I think, a removal of the word Uyghur in this particular museum. I've seen it removed from several plaques, and not just in Uyghur, but also in English and in Chinese. And the only one example I could find of Uyghur being used as a term in these explanations, but I'm really looking forward to having a look at your hundreds of photos, because that'll probably change them. But the only one I could find was when it was described how the Uyghurs came to the region as a nomadic people from the north in the 9th century. And of course that makes so much sense in their narrative, because their narrative keeps saying this is our land, it's not your land. I mean, that's really at the basis of it all.
I think there's actually a few hands have been up. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just a remark and a quick question to Rune. The remark is, I think a good ground for comparison here for the use of museum in counterinsurgency would be the Museum of Tipasa in French colonial Algeria, which was built at the very beginning of the Algerian War of Liberation, and which portrays, which presents mostly ruins and relics from the Roman and ancient Carthage era. So I think here the parallel with the Chinese contemporary use of Tang history and would be, how would you situate this renovation in the chronology of the Chinese counter-insurgency in East Turkestan, New Frontier?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll definitely look into that museum. Okay, yeah. I think there are probably a lot of these examples that can be found. What was your question? Counterinsurgency. Yes, okay. So I think I mean, I think it happens at the same time. I think this is a deliberate strategy of counterinsurgency, where it's not the cultural department does this and the military police department does that, but I think it is coordinated. And I might be wrong, but this, I think, because of this long history, especially in the 21st century, of counterinsurgency as a very sophisticated strategy. So in Iraq, a lot of it was developed. It lent actually on Algeria, on French colonial strategies in Algeria, but it was developed into a counterinsurgency textbook that was published by General Petraeus, and that has been used across the globe since, including by the police in Istanbul for approaching Kurdish, Alevite and working class neighborhoods, and by Danish military as well, in a common conference that they held with Chinese, with the Chinese Military Academy in Beijing in 2016. And so I think these things are very known, and I think they go hand in hand. You know that when you destroy, you have to construct almost at the same time, building. But of course, what we see, to us it seems like first came the destruction, and then comes the rebuilding, because we see that since 2021 things have changed slightly. Now all the vloggers go and so on and so forth, and we have these museums there. But if you look at the policies, the renovation of Xinjiang Museum was decided in 2016, and they started construction in 2017, which means they must have already been on their way to make these decisions from 2014, I would say, which is when the re-education camps first start, not yet as a mass phenomena, but they start slowly, and when the People's War on Terror is being introduced, which is explicitly a counterinsurgency type of operation. So that's my take on it, but there's a lot missing for my analysis, a lot more to go into.
Thank you. Bismillah. Yeah, and
Thank you. First of all, thank you for both presentation. It was very interesting for me, because I am now to very deeply to understand about the Uyghur situation in China. I have two questions. First of all, in your presentation, the first picture, is it a correct translation between Uyghurs and English, or? Yeah, the first picture. There's the park for the park. Yeah, there is in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And the second one, as you mentioned about the mazar of Apa Khwaja, there is somehow dancing in the front of the mazar, and the mazar is very important for the Islamic community. What do you think? It's somehow trying to change the destination of the tourism from the Islamic tourism or religious tourism to the Han culture tourism in this area. And the final one, what need to do for this to share with the people and to stop and somehow with the Chinese government structure and with the situation of the Uyghur people. When I'm thinking, it's not just the activity against the Islamic culture, it's against the Uyghur history, Uyghur ethnicity, Uyghur language also.
I'll answer the first question first. I think that one's a little bit easier. So, yeah, certainly the inclusion of this choreography in which they go through the tale of Ibrahim and becoming a concubine of Tianlong Emperor. Yeah, it could be I think understood as Han culture. I think it is thought of as nation building. So of course the the interpretation, one that James Millward put forth now a couple decades ago, is that this is, a physical embodiment of national unity. You have a Uyghur woman who has a romantic and a physical relationship with Qianlong. Now, of course, Qianlong isn't Han, so he's Manchu, so that actually kind of adds some maybe irony to the story. But it's still this coming together of people, of places, right? It connects Beijing physically to Kashgar. And so I think that the symbolism of that story is being tapped into, and that's why they have invested so much in this Xiangfei Park, that this is what they want tourists to remember. The second question, and what can we do? I mean, I think we've been trying to answer that question since 2016 and 2017, and what I feel is most helpful and important, and others may disagree, is to document that these things can't be left unknown, that we need to keep records of all of this so this period of history isn't forgotten. There's very little I can do in terms of persuading officials in China to change their course, but I can document these changes. I can document the violence so that maybe there will be a time of reconciliation, and then they'll have these records to begin that process.
I think that we are a bit behind now, so we're going to end the questions there. But I'm sure if you have more questions, you'll be able to ask both Tim and Runa over lunch. I'd like to thank both of our speakers for their really thought-provoking presentations. Thank you. And I believe lunch is served.
welcome back. Today's panel is about Uyghur forced labor. The first presenter is Emily Upson. She's a PhD candidate from Newcastle University, a country coordinator for Amnesty UK, and an advocate at Wild Pigeon Collective. This panel is actually really particularly interesting to me because for those who don't know, I also focus on the Uyghur forced labor. So every time after we publish some report, there's something always occur me that does forced labor framing serve the Uyghur community or the Western state interest? So thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm going to,
Thank you so much. Such an honor to be here today. Thank you to the organizers. Absolutely incredible to be here. It's very meaningful to be together with allies and friends and colleagues, particularly when we're studying something so poignant. So today my talk is called Colonial Echoes in Uyghur Advocacy, and I want to pose 3 main points today. The first one is that forced labor strategies are often expedient to nationalism and salient to sovereignty, which does not mean that forced labor is by any means not awful, but it does mean that as a framing process for advocacy strategies, I do see that this is very much in line with sovereignty and therefore a useful framing for state interests. Uyghur labor is extracted in several forms within Uyghur human rights advocacy. And often I see that Uyghur voice can be used as something of a product rather than used through like co-designed in human rights advocacy. And my third point is that we really need to be more honest with ourselves about our efficacy. And I say we there because I do count myself as a scholar activist, and I do see myself as often engaged with human rights advocacy. And I just want to introduce my research a little bit. So I'm doing a PhD, and I have interviewed about 31 people who I identified as experts. Now, I did this right at the beginning of my PhD. I kind of came into things really wanting to do good in the world. And that didn't mean that I knew anything about the Uyghur crisis or Uyghur people. I came from Northern Ireland, like research, and really what I wanted to look at was methods of peace building. And so the experts that I found actually weren't necessarily experts in Uyghur specifics or the Uyghur context. They were much like me, often white, but very much from privileged countries, very much not speaking Uyghur or having visited for very long. Or, you know, a lot of the experts that I was engaging with were very much middle class and were experts in their area, experts in accessing multilateral organizations or their sector. And that's something that I think actually gives my research a very specific kind of reach. And that doesn't mean that all experts are like that at all. And I think that we see experts, and the experts that I selected in academia as advocates, as lawyers, politicians, and you can see how happy I am to be among friends in that photo just there. These are people that I deeply respect, and so while I may seem critical at points, I'm not saying by any means that human rights advocates are not deeply committed people. What I might be framing, though, is a discomfort sometimes with how we do things. I'm also speaking at times from my professional and practitioner background. So this was a screening I organized in London with Amnesty, and I think really that something I find fascinating is the cultures that's set up in individual sectors. And I say this with love as one of you, but academics, we can be real odd creatures. We've got some nuances about us, right? And we love to problematize and to come up with new categories for things. But the same exists in absolutely every sector. And different theorists have theorized this in different ways. So we have Bourdieu's The Field, we have transnational advocacy networks, communities of practice. We have different ways in which we conceptualize how knowledge gets shared and disseminated. and how we learn how to best do human rights practices. And now I think it's time for a joke, because honestly, it's after lunch, everyone's a bit tired. So an academic and 5 lawyers walk into a bar. And the 5 lawyers might look something like that. And she says to the lawyers, this is like the start of a really bad joke. Because, you know, an academic and 5 lawyers walk into a bar. And the first lawyer says, that's actually a little bit inaccurate, because I'm a trained barrister. And so, you know, I'm not exactly a lawyer, and that makes me a slightly different type of legal consultant. The second one says, well, it might be accurate, but I only do strategic human rights litigation. And so that's my specific area of law. You should be a bit more specific. The next one says, I'm a legal advisor, but actually I'm a legal scholar. And so that's how you should represent me. That's how I contribute to human rights work. The fourth one says that they were like a caseworker, like a project manager in like an NGO. So even though they were a lawyer, like they wanted to put the moral first. And then the final one said, no, but we are lawyers and we should all say that. And the true joke is that an academic tries to tell a joke to some lawyers, right? That lawyers can't take a joke. Thank you. And by the way, if you weren't academics, you probably wouldn't have laughed at that. Which is all just to say, in every single sector, there are peculiarities and cultures that emerge from the specific structures and power dynamics that are kind of set up. And so something that isn't always clear in what, you know, this type of professional anthropology is to the extent that professional cultures are indeed cultures. This research is absolutely not looking at how it's felt by the Uyghur community or those who are particularly suffering. It does include the interviews that I did. It did include some Uyghur experts, but largely speaking, they were connected to organizations. They were, when I went to Istanbul, it was amazing, but I still cannot pronounce the name of my favorite food. And I often found that I was quite separate from the communities which we were purporting to help. My first point, forced labor strategies are expedient to nationalism and salient to sovereignty, is a point about framing process and strategy. So with framing processes, which is the main theory that I'm using, it's just about how you want to frame an issue to move things forward, and especially in a country that you can't access, information politics becomes one of the most important strategies. And forced labor does tie into colonialism, modern slavery, mass detention, so there are lots of different ways to frame even forced labor, but it is a particular type of framing still. It's not genocide, it's not, or it can be an aspect of genocide, but it's not in itself talking about cultural erasure or family separation necessarily, and it's one element of a much broader system of repression. It can tie into political sanctions, forced labor bans, diplomatic boycotts, public awareness. There are many different things you can do with forced labor, which makes it a very effective, very appealing strategy because it's action oriented. And you know, it's news generating. You can use it with engagement strategy or naming and shaming. And again, that makes it particularly attractive for a lot of people because it can be used in different ways. And at the UN, in fact, they do also talk about forced labor quite a lot. There's multilateral agreements about what fair labor is, and those offer useful tools. At the UN Business Human Rights Forum, I was just so happy to be there, by the way. Look at that big grin. I was able to see up close like how things were being pushed in certain ways. This was a particularly interesting thing for me because even the people who were present at the forum had to present themselves in certain types of ways. Things about independence had to be muted because at the UN you can't talk about independence because it's structured in such a way from that kind of state system where sovereignty is still really how a lot of those agreements are manufactured. So also, I'm going to talk quite a lot about quotes from my participants, which is my main data for the thesis and what I'm using here for this paper. So this was a quote from someone who was working at a reasonably high level at the UN. My reflection out of Xinjiang's case is, if we want to feel good, we can raise our voice a lot and say, I'm doing the right thing. That's fine. If we want to solve that problem, though, I would say raising your voice is fine in order to raise the concern and put it in the front page, and to create a context for pragmatism to come in, and to look after solutions. I'm the kind of person, and how I see my role in life is all about Monday will come. So this is very much an engagement strategy, using the forced labor framing to push forward on that type of work. Look at me, again, come on, look at that little briefcase. The US State Department will really allow anyone to come and see them. There's very little barrier for entry because they love working on the Uyghur issue, and it's not about their commitment to human rights. It's very fundamentally about how useful it is to the US-China trade war. And so you can really talk to them about most things. And my next expert quote is about, it was for someone that was involved in the US policy kind of work. In general, I come down on the side of a lot of worker rights organizations. The most important thing we need to do when we identify forced labor is remediate. It's not one of those situations in the Uyghur region. We cannot talk to workers, period, and to talk to a worker in the Uyghur region would be to threaten their lives. People who think when you do a blanket sanction, you hurt the people you intend to harm, that is textbook development critique 101. That is not taking into account this advanced level form of forced labor. And it's typically people who don't know what they're talking about who make that claim, which is quite a bold quote, I would say, but works closely with what the US geopolitical interest would be, and it follows more of a naming and shaming strategy. Within advocacy processes, you see importance, pragmatism, and achievability as what the priority areas might be. So things like what's most important is often framed in terms of Uyghur suffering, like what's most harmful to the Uyghur people, what's most painful. And sometimes that might be things like mass forced labor, but it might also be mass detentions, it might be cultural erasure, which may not be what's most pragmatic, what's actually going to work with state interests, because when you work with powerful states, you tend to be a lot more powerful as an advocate. And again, that ties into achievability. And so often what we were seeing was advocates would change their priority area to match what was going to be possible. And that's something that I really think about a lot when it comes to forced labor. It's not that it's not a really serious issue, but it's most prolific because it works alongside what states want. This was an expert on forced labor. For me, my priority is super clear. I think if you want to be independent, have independence. I'm particularly committed to this on the Uyghur side. But I don't go around talking about independence because I don't have a whole lot to say about a very specific subject. Forced labor is unequivocally bad. So that's what I'm finding. I'm lucky that I have something that's so unequivocally bad. Which, you know, it might be seen as somewhat cynical, but I do also think that that is someone who was committed in their line of work to Uyghur advocacy. It's something that they found, something that they were able to do, and they found that they didn't have to advocate for why it should be a priority area. So I've just kind of talked about why I think forced labor can be expedient to and salient to sovereignty. Uyghur labor is extracted in several forms of Uyghur human rights advocacy. And here's a quote from a Uyghur advocate who was at a reasonably high level and had this moment of vulnerability I found in our interview. From my experience, I'd say that if we did a survey, we'd find that people listen to you more than me, because I'm always using the victim's perspective. My speech would be more important if we spoke to Uyghurs, but if we were speaking to a British audience, they would listen to your side more than my side, because I am the victim. The stereotype is that Uyghurs always talk about genocide and that we exaggerate. You, as an academic, an expert, They will listen to you and they will follow your instruction. Which just honestly made me really sad, to be honest. But I think that there is something about the cultural capital of who's speaking and the type of viewpoint that you're using and how the capital, if you like, of the speaker and of what it means to be an academic now, and how a lot of us have found ourselves being scholar activists in as much as we have a kind of hierarchy position in terms of how important our truth is or not. So anybody who does participatory action research will know that the best practice is to design research or action or any initiatives with the people who you want to work or help at every single stage of the process. And that happens so rarely because it's absolutely thankless and exhausting. And a big problem that they find in action research is that it just doesn't really, it's not very easy to enumerate, and it's quote unquote thankless, right? Apart from it makes it so much better because it will be much more relevant to the people you're trying to help. However, what we end up seeing in a lot of human rights initiatives is that Uyghurs are brought in right at the end to rubber stamp and put a community sign of approval on an initiative that has been thought of by other sectors. And so an INGO will come in, say that this is what they want to do, and bring in a community voice right at the end to sanction it. And I think that says a lot about what the community power dynamics and knowledge production and impact and success and change making, all of that, I think it's all relevant to how we have Uyghur labor on human rights initiatives often. And this is a quote from a Uyghur person as well. In reality, talking about sanctions is all we can do. We can only put economic sanctions on China and let them change their policy. Without sanctions, what can we do? We cannot start a war. I talk about sanctions not because I believe in them, but because I have no other solution. If I say, no, it will not solve the problem, then what can I suggest? It's the only way I can answer. We do not have anything else to persuade China to stop doing this genocide. So we see as well that it's absolutely emotionally draining and exhausting for Uyghur people to come in and to showcase their suffering, to make a human rights strategy more useful or to look better. This was from kind of a leader in an INGO. Let's make sure that Uyghurs are leading, listen and stand aside, seeing the commonality of their challenges. We were all doing more together. I sort of came to the conclusion that one of the best things that my organization could do was sort of book the metaphorical stage and then stay the hell off it. I like to think that we did a certain amount of that, not quite as much as I would have liked. Again, I'm not casting aspersions on my colleagues. We see that experts were very aware and often felt bad about the fact that they didn't always make sure Uyghurs were leading, but to an extent, they were the experts in their sectors and they knew sometimes how to push the issues. They knew what stages to book. And that's also part of the reason why I think it's hard for co-designing initiatives with people that you're trying to help. Often you feel like you know exactly what would push this issue forward the most or what would have the most impact. And sometimes that's not having Uyghur suffering at the forefront of all of your process stages. But it does mean that I think sometimes it's not serving Uyghurs the best that it could be. And I often think that sometimes organizations can be guilty of outsourcing their engagement. They don't want to bother talking to Uyghurs directly. And they don't do that. They often don't. They will go to an organization that has money and resource, that has good English speakers at the top of it, that know how to be professional. And they say, well, you can be the community voice. You can see what the community wants, and you can sign on and sanction a project for us. And for me, that's not quite as meaningful as co-designing that research all the way along. And people will say that they'll often weaponize colonial narratives. They'll say, it's neo-colonial to say who you should work with or not, but it might also be a neo-colonial to pick a political faction of marginalized or precarious diaspora and to say that that is the community voice. And sometimes I worry that we veer towards that. And I say we because I don't think it's out of maliciousness. I think it is trying the methods that human rights activists have done for a long time. But I would say that that should be thought through. We need to be more honest with ourselves about our efficacy. So part of what my research has looked at is how best practice in advocacy is shared through very exclusive mediums. A lot of the time I was cut out of those conversations, but talks about, you know, who would be best placed to bring this to this embassy, or who would be a good contact to help push something in the UN. You often hear about it through very quiet ways, and then those people, it's not something that you would really share, and a lot of the time that's through security concerns. I don't always know how to share the knowledge I have about effective practice. And sometimes it's as simple as a mailing list. Sometimes it's as simple as the university can sometimes be exclusionary. It's not always great at reaching out to publics or to allies or, you know, other sectors. And then all sectors create success as part of professional survival, which is very much in development studies and all of these like other fields, and not so much in human rights discourses, but it should be, because the sectors, by creating like a set of measurables and then achieving those measurables, you can essentially justify your work as long as you like. And then it creates a bit of a problem though in a feedback loop, because we're all creating success to one another and saying what works, whether we mean it or not, and we're not always honest. We don't go back to the self-reflexive or the critical element and say what we think has affected anything in the region or not, or helped diasporas or not. And it means that advocates start feeling ambiguous and anxious and unclear about their efficacy. One of the things that was so interesting to me was that we had people really confused about the questions I was asking, which were things like, is your work effective? And I feel like we should know that a bit better as communities. Academics might find this a wee bit triggering, but this is the Research Excellence Framework. A lot of UK academics will be absolutely bored of this, but I think in all countries we have a version of it now. And it's just essentially justifying your impact and making it into those measurables. Have you got somebody to sign a letter to say you did something? And it is useful, but it can also make impact a very tick box exercise. I've got my last few quotes now. When asked about impact, people would answer, and these were people predominantly at think tanks. It's really tough. It's tough. I mean, because of what we were just talking about, which is, I don't think there's been a fundamental shift in the philosophy of the Chinese government or the situation, nor any kind of sudden appreciation of the human rights of the Uyghur population or anyone else. It's hard to see how the situation ends. I think the efforts to close markets for goods produced in the region, which has been the US approach, is somewhat effective. And continuing down that path probably has some benefits from my perspective. The larger benefits, like frankly outside of China or outside of the Uyghur region, is very helpful for broader supply chain transparency work and broader human rights and supply chains work, and probably, you know, less effective in changing government, Chinese government behavior. And we would see that too, the switching of priorities, so that you were casting your success in ways that had nothing to do with the endpoint of Uyghur advocacy in terms of benefiting Uyghur populations. Am I right in thinking that you don't think your own work has changed China, which is a blunt question, but that was how the interview felt like it was going, in fairness to me. I'm not really sure that is the case though. First of all, I don't think that. For example, like I said, we were the first people to report on what's happening in that, right? If we didn't report on it, then I think things would not be heard, right? We exist in the community of many researchers and advocates, and not least of all the Uyghurs themselves. I don't think we should take too much credit for essentially a group effort. If you add them up together, obviously I think there has been a difference made in terms of the true, full documentation of serious crimes. As to whether or not we have been able to hold the Chinese government accountable, well, what happened in Xinjiang has been huge in terms of international attention, right? for me, documenting the crimes that have happened is incredibly important, but I also think it's very important to openly admit that we haven't been able to hold the Chinese government accountable. And that's something that we still feel very uncomfortable saying because we don't have a strong enough sense of efficacy or success or that kind of self-reflection more broadly. My last quote, I promise. Do I think there are explicit efforts to change Chinese governance in Xinjiang? Honestly, I'm hard-pressed. I'm most familiar with what's going on in the US. I'm hard-pressed to say that there is an effort to change Chinese governance in the US. I think there is an effort to build a coalition of like-minded countries, and certainly that's happening in the executive branch to exert pressure, or to at least make public statements to bring pressure on companies or international bodies. And this is absolutely fine in itself, and it's just something that I think we should be more transparent about and realistic about, and ensuring that when we are using forced labor strategies to do this kind of work, we're not conflating it with, other forms of impact or other priority areas. And so this is roughly what I've tried to cover, and I'm really looking forward to the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. For this session, we will start with Bismillah. I have a question. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And in the presentation for advocacy process, you mentioned you are mostly focusing to Western country like UA, so human rights councils and things. Do you think they are honest for human rights? They are really believe to the human rights? To be clear, for example, right now, what's going on in Afghanistan? These countries are supporting Taliban, but what's going on with the woman and human rights situation in Afghanistan? If we focusing for the Uyghur advocacy just to the US or some Western country, if Xi Jinping with the Putin will be friends next week, what's going on with the future of Uyghurs? Are really they are honest, or they are looking for human rights, or not just politics? What's going on in Ukraine? They are meeting in Alaska, but the Ukraine people are under attack of the Putin. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be very clear, I don't believe that states are committed to human rights at all. They're a tool used by individuals to hold states accountable, largely. And often those individuals may be committed to human rights, and they just know what parts of human rights frameworks states will care about. And that's usually for other reasons, such as trade war or more self-interested reasons. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you for your dissertation. I love it. It was very clear and transparent and I think that it was really truthful. How to say that? It was true, as was clear. This touches especially a personal experience, which is me, myself. And I want to ask you also, now you are a lawyer and an activist scholar. You have received some academic comments about being activist is mad. You are not, how to say, consistent with your research, or you are putting your own opinion and you are not being a true academic?
Thanks. Yeah, honestly, I tend to be in communities like this one where everyone's just super lovely. And so I don't get a lot of it. I do sometimes. I am much more concerned with being respectful to Uyghur friends and allies that I have rather than kind of academics who aren't in this area. So I do tend to get away with it. But yeah, absolutely. There would be some judgments. I think it's fine, honestly. And I also think that in social science research, you do get away with it a lot more. Things like action research or things like anthropology and ethnography. There is a scholarship behind that which does defend more morally committed ways of working. So, thanks.
Thank you so much for a really great talk, and also for saying some of the things out loud that many people don't dare or do not want to be said out loud. I think it's really important that we look at our own practice and ask ourselves who we are doing our research for, who we're providing information to, about whom, and what effects both our research and for those of us who do it as well, our activism and advocacy really have out in the real world. And I do think that you're right in saying that there is no really committed attempt by any of the Western nations to change China's policy in Xinjiang, East Turkestan particularly, but maybe also generally speaking. And I think that's highly problematic. I do agree that it's often mainly used, like you say, like states do in this John Mearsheimer kind of pragmatist way of how do we maximize our own benefits from it. And I have plenty of examples in how especially the US state has dealt with the Uyghurs that can be added to illustrate that point. But I'd like to ask you, do you have an idea of how it could be done? How could, if states were committed actually to bettering the situation of Uyghurs and not just to bettering the market position of their own companies, how could an approach to China and a change of policies on the ground in East Turkestan be done, and maybe especially with a view to the forced labor situation, but also generally speaking?
Thank you so much. That was really kind of you, and I appreciate it. I think that the people who I interviewed, there were quite a few political actors, and some of them were quite high up, but typically these were individuals only, and so they maybe, I think, could be accused of being carried away with state interests or forgetting the core mission sometimes, thinking about what's possible, not what's important, possibly. But typically these were not reflective of what I deem as state interests, and I don't believe that states can really be particularly human rights conscious in a way. I don't think that's their measures of success aren't particularly attuned to that, and I think asking it for the US context is quite a lot. I think that for the people who try to move states, for the people within states who are wanting things to move in the right way, actually working with Uyghur people at every stage of the initiative and making sure that they're in the planning stage, in the talks, in the implementation stage, and actually all the way through, rather than just the face of it or the approval point, I think is so important. And even those who I really respect can be guilty of that sometimes in the human rights world. And yeah, so that's probably definitely part of the answer for me. And I guess just moving things consistently, not giving up. I hear a lot that the cause is dead, which I understand. I do understand why people say that, but I think especially for non-Uyghur people, we just can't afford to say it. Uyghur people can't afford to just walk away from what it means that's happening over there, so we just have to keep going.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Thanks, Emily. You know, I think you're a really important voice, and I've been working with you in all sorts of different ways over the last 2 years now, and I can see your level of commitment and how you're trying to balance the advocacy academic work that you've described very, very well here, and I have just enormous admiration for what you do. And I think while we've touched on the difficulty of that, one thing I'd like to ask you a little bit more about is because you're also in the difficult situation of you have to get this PhD over the line. And I think you will, and I think your PhD is going to be fantastic. But do you feel, those of us who have gotten the PhD behind us, you know, it brings a certain freedom. There's other restrictions because we're having to compete for funding and positions and all of that. But from the perspective of a PhD student, do you feel that there is the support there to try to balance what you're doing? And I don't want to talk about any specifics, you know, in your case, but more generally, is there an awareness within the universities that PhD students are trying to balance this, but also being asked to do very kind of restrictive, get your PhD over the line? I don't know if my question makes sense, but
I think so. Do correct me if I don't answer. And I'd just like to apologise if my supervisors are watching. I am writing more broadly, I promise, and we'll get that PhD over the line. In all seriousness, I think that the vast majority of people who are committed to human rights advocacy, especially in the Uyghur context, are not rewarded for that. And I see a lot of more senior academics who are also penalized in their work by difficulties in getting jobs or exclusion from China studies more broadly. And I do think that I don't receive a lot of support for what I do. I think that a lot of my other PhD colleagues have much smaller focuses, or there will be an element of not having those extra challenges, and we'd receive the same support. But actually, I feel quite well supported more broadly, and spaces like this very much help. But I think compared to other colleagues in our same sectors, I don't think there's generally support for doing more human rights work. And I think that's much broader than the PhD, for sure. But it is very important to say, but we're still not suffering quite as much as our Uyghur colleagues. And I think, to an extent, being honest about the challenges that we do face and having spaces where we can talk is really important. So I do appreciate the conference that you've put on today.
So, anyone else? Okay, Rooney.
Well, I'm actually not going to ask a question. I'm going to continue the conversation in the sense of saying I do think states can be responsible actors. And I do think we should ask that of them. We should not accept that they're just not. I agree that within a capitalist system where it is money rather than people's actual reflected ethics that decide where politics go, it's not the usual practice, but it's definitely not impossible. And in the imagined system of democracy that we want to live in but don't quite live in, this should actually be the standard, and I think we can ask for that. In relation to East Turkestan and forced labor, I would say, how can you only do this, as you also quoted, this broad scale, complete ignorance of the 101 of sanctions, this broad scale sanction, and not offer any kind of dialogue in return to get them to act in a different way. And I just think there's so much that could be done if the main goal was not to strengthen ourselves geopolitically, but if the main goal was actually to try to better the situation for the people on the ground. And For those who say they want a military intervention, I can understand why they wouldn't do it otherwise. Because if you really believe that that can be done, and if that's what you're committed to, okay, so be it. But everyone else, and that's the most, I think, both of us and of other people who don't believe that either that's the right way or it is possible, for everyone else, that conversation with Beijing about this must be had on several levels, because otherwise there's no way of changing the situation on the ground. And I really don't quite understand, nor do I respect that that is generally not sought for at all.
Thank you. I just went back to my title slide there because I feel like that comment was a great one to close on. And for me, it goes right back to what the colonial echoes are, and the way that all geopolitics and international law has been shaped by Westphalian state systems, and this idea that you know, states are the way they are. Possibly it would be best if they could change, and it draws me back to that wonderful keynote by Dirk Moses in 2021, where he talked about how the Genocide Convention has been created by colonialism, by states trying to avoid colonialism, and how the very idea or the way in which our moral imagination has been shaped by the category of this crime, how it's very much just protecting states still. And I feel like the problem with that keynote, in a way, or why the Q&A was I think harsher than it should have been, is this idea that he was asking us to have this much longer term vision than people were ready for at that moment. And people wanted action, they wanted the designation badly, and they weren't ready to start saying, let's create a new system, let's question what the conception of a crime is. And for me, the colonial echoes that we have to deal with now are also thinking about the long term as well as the short term, because it is an emergency and people are suffering right now. But we also need to create a movement that can last. So thank you for that.
Thanks for everyone, and thanks for our online viewer. And we're going to